how class matters, how social class determines who comes to theatre. We have 2 hours to talk about strategies and actions, and we have space for self-criticism. I have 3 guests, and the first here on my right is Nenad Kupic. He is a coach and a consultant for people who work towards social transformation. And Ryan White of the group Commonwealth and Daniel Wetze of the Rimini Protocol will join us soon. And they're going to talk about their work first. And then afterwards, we're going to have a discussion about the opportunities and options that we have to work towards a more inclusive world. And then after that, we would like to open for questions. We have simultaneous translation, and there are, we have a sign language interpretation, as you can see here, and we have an English-German interpretation, and you can fetch headphones in front of the entrance to this room. Just before we get started, I would like to say it's great that you're all here. And I would like to ask you the following question. Who of you was affected or is affected by poverty? Can you raise your hands? Who would say that they've grown up in a comfortable middle class situation? And now for the very brave, who has had it very well off? Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing and outing yourself. I think it's very important to talk about class backgrounds. My name is Vanessa Wu. I'm a journalist, and I'm active in the area of discriminations and feminism, classism, and I have the feeling that a lot of discrimination, forms of discrimination, are related to each other. And some of them are very difficult to recognize, and I think it would be very necessary to talk about class backgrounds more. What do we understand when we say classism? And that's why we would like to start with Nenad, with his input. Thank you, Nenad. Good morning, good day, moin, as people say here. Thank you. Let me make a few changes here to the setup. Bear with me for a second. There's a feedback. Can you hear me? My name is Nenad Čupić. I'm a freelance. It's probably the 2 microphones interacting. Oh, the one in the front is not on. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. No more feedback? Okay, great. I mean, it's important that your ears are not burdened. I am a freelance coach and consultant. When we talk about classism and social background, I would like to say the following about myself. I have earned money in different ways in the course of my life. I have sold French fries, I've sorted documents, I've loaded trucks, I've put together machines on assembly lines, I cleaned construction sites, and I've set up furniture, and then I understood that
das ist das, was ich jetzt heute mache.
I
In der
can
Rolle
study
eben
and
als
earn money
Trainer, Berater und
differently.
Coach.
And that's what I do today.
Genau.
As I said,
Für
I'm a
die
coach
blinden Menschen im
and a trainer.
Publikum, ich bin
For anyone
1,90
who
Meter
has a
groß,
visual impairment in the
Cis-Mann,
audience, I'm
hab kurze
190
Haare
tall
und einen Bart und
and
bin
I have a
38
beard.
Jahre.
I am 30 years old and my hair
Damit
is
die
brown.
Dolmetscherin besser folgen können, habe ich den Vortrag verschriftlicht und
I
werde ihn
have
ablesen und
written
später dann
down my
im Gesprächsteil
speech
aber frei sprechen, oder damit ich genau auf die 15
for
Minuten komme.
the interpreters.
Vielen Dank für die Einladung auf das Panel.
Thank you
Danke
so much
an alle
for
Menschen,
inviting me to
die
this panel.
das bundesweite
Thank
Labore
you
der Labore
for the
konzipiert,
organization
organisiert und vorbereitet haben, die an der
of
Umsetzung
the
beteiligt sind
B.A.L.L
und die
of
es
the
nachbereiten.
countrywide Artist Lab of Labs
Danke auch an alle Menschen,
for
die
the
direkt oder
preparation
indirekt zum Gelingen des B.A.L.L
and
beitragen, indem sie die Veranstaltungsräume und
thanks
Hotelzimmer
to
putzen,
all of the
uns
ones
mit
who
leckerem
are
Essen
somehow
versorgen,
involved in this
Flyer und Programme
event,
drucken
somehow
oder
involved in
verteilen,
this
sich um
project
die Technik kümmern
by
oder indem sie uns per Bahn,
cleaning the
öffentlichen
hotel rooms,
Personennahverkehr
offering
Taxi
public
zum
transport or
Veranstaltungsort bringen.
taxis to bring us
Es gibt
here,
noch viel mehr
people who
Menschen,
print
die
the
zum Gelingen dieser
flyers
Veranstaltung
or
beitragen
who do
und die
anything
wir
else
nie
in the
zu
background.
Gesicht
There are many
bekommen
more
werden.
people
All
who
jenen an dieser
contribute
Stelle ein ganz herzliches
to
Dankeschön.
this event who we couldn't even think about right now. So I would like to express my thanks to all those people.
Die Überschrift des Panels lädt uns
The
ein,
title
über
of the
soziale
panel
Herkunft
invites
und
us to think about
Klassismus im
social
deutschen Theaterbetrieb zu sprechen.
background and classism
Da Klassismus ein Begriff
in
ist, der
German
vielen noch nicht geläufig
theatres.
ist, möchte ich meinen Impulsvortrag nutzen,
And I would like to
um
use
kurz
this
zu skizzieren,
contrib-
was
this
unter
input
diesem
here
Begriff
to
verstanden wird.
sketch
Im
out what
anschließenden
the
Panelgespräch
term
können wir dann
classism
gemeinsam aufzeigen und
means.
vertiefen, wie und in welchen Bereichen Klassismus und soziale Herkunft im
And then
Theaterbetrieb
afterwards we
wirkt.
can go into detail on how this
Zunächst
influences,
drei
this has an
Fragen an Sie, liebes
impact on
Publikum.
theater. I would like to
Wer
ask
im
you the
Saal
following
hat den
question.
Begriff Klassismus schon einmal gehört?
Who here has heard classism before?
Ich sehe ganz viele Hände,
Okay, I see a lot of
die deutliche
hands.
Mehrheit.
I think
Wer
that's the
von Ihnen
majority.
hat Klassismus schon mal
Who
mit Klassizismus
has
verwechselt und
made
sich
the
gefragt,
mistake
ob es
of
sich um einen Schreibfehler
mixing this
handelt?
up with classicism and ask themselves whether
vielleicht
this might be a
ein Drittel.
typo. Okay,
Wer
about a
dachte,
third
dass es bei Klassismus
Who
um eine
thought
Kunstepoche
that
geht?
classism is
Die wenigsten.
a
Gut, wir
definition
sind ja auch in
for
einem künstlerischen
an
Kontext, da mag
art
das
era.
durchaus
Okay,
geläufig
not
sein.
many of you.
Ich frage
I
dies,
think
weil
that's
ich
because
häufig
we're
erlebe,
here
dass
in the
Menschen den
arts
Begriff
sector anyway.
Klassismus noch
It's
nie
because I'm saying
gehört
this
haben,
because often
beziehungsweise kein
people who I
Wissen
talk to
und oder
don't know
keine
anything about
Sprache
classism
haben,
and they
um
have no
Klassismus
language to talk
wahrzunehmen,
about this, to
zu
recognize it, to reflect about
analysieren
it, or to
oder
analyze
zu
it.
beschreiben. Daher zunächst eine Antwort auf die Frage, was ist Klassismus? Klassismus
So let's first
ist
talk
die
about
Diskriminierung
classism,
aufgrund der sozialen und
a
ökonomischen
discrimination
Herkunft eines
about a
Menschen
social and
und
economic
dessen sozialer
background
Position
of a
innerhalb der
person
Gesellschaft.
and their social situation,
Klassismus meint
social
die
position
Unterdrückung
in
der
society.
benachteiligten
And it
Klassen,
means
also
a
der Klasse
repression
ökonomisch armer
of the
Menschen oder der
disadvantaged groups
Arbeiterinnenklasse
of people,
zum Vorteil der
often the working
dominierenden Klassen,
classes,
also der herrschenden
in
besitzenden
comparison
Klasse,
to
der
the
Klasse der
dominating
Reichen und je nach
class, the
Definition auch
class
der
of the
Mittelklasse.
rich or the wealthy, depending on the
Es kann
definition,
sein,
also
dass
the
sich
middle
manche nun
classes.
fragen, was mit
So,
sozialer und ökonomischer
people might
Herkunft und
ask,
Position gemeint ist.
what does it mean, social
Ich werde
class
ein
and
Verständnis
position?
von sozioökonomischer Herkunft und Position, mit anderen Worten von Klassenherkunft und Klassenposition,
I'm going to talk about
verwenden, was
a
deutlich
definition
breiter
that
und
is very
umfassender
broad
ist, als diese
and
allgemein oft
comprehensive
verstanden werden.
than what people
In
usually
Anlehnung
understand
an
when they
Autorinnen
hear
und Intellektuelle
classism.
wie B.A.L.L Hooks, Anja
And I'm leaning
Moilenbelt,
on Bell
Pierre
Hooks,
Bourdieu,
Anja
Annie
Moilenbelt,
Ernaux,
Pierre
Didier
Bourdieu,
Eribon,
Annie
Rita
Ernaux,
Mae Brown und
Didier
Aladdin
Eribon,
El-Mafalani
Rita Mae Brown, and
verstehe ich Klasse
Aladdin
nämlich
Elmer
sowohl
Falani.
als sozialökonomische Position
By
innerhalb
understanding
einer
class as a
Gesellschaft
social
als
economic
auch
origin
als
and position
soziales und kulturelles
within a
Verhalten.
society, but also
Es geht
a
also um das,
social
was
and
Pierre
cultural
Bourdieu Habitus
behavior.
genannt hat.
It is what Pierre Bourdieu
Die
called
sozioökonomische
habitus.
Herkunft und Position innerhalb einer
The
Gesellschaft
socio-economic
umfasst das
background
Einkommen,
and
das
position in a
Vermögen, auf
society
das ein Mensch oder Menschen in seinem engeren
means the
Umfeld
income
zurückgreifen
or the wealth that a person has access to.
Zur sozioökonomischen Herkunft und
When it comes to
Position
socio-economic
gehören auch
background and
die
position,
Wohn- und Lebensverhältnisse.
we're talking about where a person
Leben Sie in
lives and
einem
how they
Dorf,
live.
einer
Do you live in a
Stadt
city,
oder einer
in a
Großstadt?
village, or in a
Wie
big
reich
city
oder
maybe?
arm ist
How
die Stadt
poor
bzw. der
or
Stadtteil,
rich
in dem
is
Sie
the
leben?
city or the
Leben
district
Sie in einer
where you
kleinen,
live? Do you live
preiswerten
in a
oder großen,
small,
teuren Wohnung?
inexpensive
Gehört
flat
Ihnen
or
die
in a big
Wohnung?
flat?
Ist
Is
es
it
eine
yours?
Eigentumswohnung oder eine Mietwohnung?
Do you rent
Wohnen
it?
Sie in einem
Do you
eigenen
live in your
Haus?
own
Besitzen
house?
Sie gar mehrere
Or do you
Häuser?
maybe own
leben Sie auf der
several
Straße?
houses? Or do you live on the street?
Zur sozioökonomischen Herkunft und Position gehört auch
The socioeconomic
Bildung,
background and
die Sie
position
im Laufe Ihres Lebens erworben
also
haben.
means
Waren Sie auf einer
education,
Hauptschule, einer
qualifications
Gesamtschule, einer Realschule
that you
oder
have.
einem Gymnasium?
Did you go to a Hauptschule, a
einem
Gesamtschule, or the
In welchem
Gymnasium,
Stadtteil
which is
war
the
diese
different types of school systems
Bei
in
der Analyse der
Germany?
sozioökonomischen
And
Herkunft
in
und
which
Position werfen
district
wir
was the school
den Blick auch
located?
auf Freizeitaktivitäten.
We're also looking at free
Welche
time activities when we talk about
kulinarischen,
socioeconomic
kreativen, ehrenamtlichen Hobbys
origin
haben
and
Sie?
position. Which
Angeln,
sports do you do?
Fotografieren,
What are your hobbies?
malen,
Do you go fishing? Do you do photography, painting,
kochen,
singing, reading,
klettern,
cooking,
wandern,
climbing, hiking,
reiten,
horse
ein
riding?
klassisches Instrument spielen,
Do you play maybe
in
an
einflussreichen,
instrument?
prestigeträchtigen Gremien sitzen,
Are you on
im Tierheim
important
mithelfen,
elite boards?
als Rettungssanitäterin tätig sein,
Maybe do you work
stricken, Gartenarbeit, in einer
in the
Obdachlosenküche
health
mithelfen,
sector? Do you maybe
segeln, golfen, Skifahren,
work in the garden? Do you help
in einer zur Oper nach
as a
Bayreuth
first
fahren,
responder?
Luxusautos
Do you maybe
oder
sail,
Kunstwerke sammeln,
golf,
Graffiti
ski,
sprayen,
go to
Beatboxen,
the opera
Breakdancen
in Bayreuth?
oder Kampfsport treiben.
Do you have a luxury car
Auch
and
Beziehungen
paint
kommen
art,
bei der
painting
Betrachtung
or
der
art, pieces
sozioökonomischen
of art?
Herkunft und
Are you a
Position in
graffiti
den
sprayer,
Fokus.
beatboxer,
Wie
breakdancer?
groß und
or do you
einflussreich
do
und mächtig ist
martial
Ihr soziales
arts?
Netzwerk?
And
Mit
then what's
welchen
very
Menschen
important is your
waren Sie,
network.
Klammer auf,
How
während Ihrer Kindheit, Klammer
how were
zu,
the people
umgeben?
in your
Beziehungsweise mit welchen
direct
Menschen umgeben Sie
environment?
sich heute?
And how were the
Wen
people
lieben
when you
Sie?
grew up?
Mit wem sind Sie in einer Partnerinschaft?
How
Welche
powerful
Berufe
are
haben diese
they?
Menschen?
How
Was verdienen
influential
diese
are
Menschen?
they?
Wie
What
viel
are their
reisen diese
jobs?
Menschen und wohin?
How much do they earn? Where do they
Haben
travel?
diese Menschen
And how often
Kapitalanlagen oder Schulden?
do they
Über welche
have
Netzwerke
debt?
verfügen wiederum
Or
diese Menschen?
Do they have
Kommen
wealth?
sie über
Do
diese
they have
Menschen an einen
assets?
Job in einer
How do they
angesehenen,
get jobs?
in einem angesehenen Staats- oder Stadttheater,
Are they
einem
maybe
Theaterfestival
employed
oder
at
einen Job
a
am Fließband, im
renowned
Discounter
arts
oder als
institution,
Erzieherin
or
in
do
einer
they work at the
Ganztagsbetreuung?
assembly line, or as
Die sozioökonomische Herkunft
a
und
teacher
Position
in a
beeinflusst
kindergarten?
auch, in welche Restaurants sie gehen,
the
wie sie
socioeconomic
sich im Restaurant verhalten,
background and
wie viele
position
Gänge
also
im Restaurant
influences
serviert werden,
which
was
restaurants
sie
you
im
visit,
Restaurant essen,
how do you behave
mit
there,
welchem
how
Besteck
many
und von welchem Geschirr
courses
sie
you
essen.
order, what you
Lesen Sie
eat,
Bücher?
and
Wenn ja,
with
welche lesen
what
Sie und wie
cutlery
viele?
do you
Kaufen Sie die
read?
Bücher
How many
oder
books
holen
do you
Sie die
read?
Bücher in der Bibliothek?
And which? Do you
Haben Sie
buy
gar eine
them? Do
eigene
you fetch them in the
Bibliothek zu Hause?
library? Maybe you have
Oder
your
nehmen Sie die
own library
Bücher,
at home.
die zufällig in der
Or do you
Verschenke-Box
take
oder
the
im
box
Verschenkeregal
that you kind of
auf der Straße
accidentally
liegen?
find in
Gehen Sie in
boxes on
Kultureinrichtungen?
the street? Do you actually visit arts institutions?
Wenn ja,
And if you do,
in welche?
which?
Werden diese Kultureinrichtungen der Hochkultur, der Populärkultur oder der
Would these
Subkultur
arts
zugeordnet?
institutions be part of the high culture,
Ich hoffe,
popular
dass Ihr
culture, or
Gehirn nun
subculture?
angeregt ist und Sie
I
einen
hope
Eindruck
that
davon bekommen
this
haben,
made
worüber Sie
you
nachdenken können,
think
wenn Sie
about the
sich
different
mit
categories
rassismusrelevanten Fragestellungen
that
beschäftigen.
are relevant when it comes to
Kommen wir
classism.
nun zur Frage, auf welchen Ebenen
Let's now come
Klassismus wirkt.
to the levels where
Die meisten Menschen,
classism
mit denen
has an
ich arbeite,
impact
haben
on your
anfangs
life.
ein viel
Most
zu
people that I
verkürztes
work with
Verständnis von
have a
klassistischer
very
Diskriminierung.
limited understanding of
Sie
classism
nehmen klassistische
or
Diskriminierung
classistic
nur auf der
discrimination.
zwischenmenschlichen
They
Ebene
only
wahr.
think about it on
Es
an
ist jedoch
interpersonal
wichtig zu
level.
verstehen,
But it is important to
dass
understand
klassistische
that
Diskriminierung
classistic
wie jedes andere
discrimination, just as
Diskriminierungsverhältnis
any other
auf einer
discrimination,
intrapersonellen,
works on
interpersonellen,
intrapersonal, interpersonal, and institutional, as well as a structural level.
Diese Wirkung kann auch dann
And this
existieren, wenn ich oder die
impact
Institution
can
bzw.
exist
die Organisation,
even
in der ich
if
tätig bin,
I or
das
the
nicht
organization that I
beabsichtigt.
work for doesn't
Für jene,
intend
die
for
mit den
it to
unterschiedlichen
have an
Ebenen noch nicht
impact.
vertraut sind, möchte
You're
ich
not
diese kurz
familiar
erläutern.
to those levels, I would like to introduce them for
Intrapersonell
you.
meint das, was
Intrapersonal
innerhalb eines
means
Menschen,
what
innerhalb der
happens
Psyche eines
inside
Menschen
in the psyche of a person.
stattfindet. Zum
And those
Beispiel
are, for
individuelle
example,
Glaubenssätze,
individual
Gefühle,
beliefs that you have,
Gedanken,
feelings,
Emotionen.
thoughts, emotions.
Interpersonell meint das,
Interpersonal
was zwischen mindestens
means
zwei Menschen
what
sich
happens
abspielt.
between at
Das,
least two
was die
people.
Menschen zueinander sagen
And
oder
it's
wie sie sich
about what people
verhalten.
say to each other or how they behave towards each other.
Institutionell meint
Institutional
nach Klaus Melter,
means, according to
Zitat,
Klaus Melter,
von
I
Institutionen,
quote, by
Organisationen,
institutions,
durch
organizations, by
Gesetze,
laws,
Erlasse,
regulations,
und
guidelines,
Zugangsregeln
or access
sowie
rules, as
Arbeitsweisen,
well as
Verfahrensregelungen und
workways and
Prozessabläufe
procedures,
oder durch systematisch von
or
MitarbeiterInnen der Institution
systematically
ausgeübtes oder zugelassenes, ausgrenzendes,
actions
benachteiligendes
that
oder
are
unangemessenen,
condoned by the
unangemessenes und somit
employees
unprofessionelles
of the
Handeln.
institutions or organization.
Strukturell meint nach Mechthild Gomolla,
When it comes to
Zitat,
structural,
die
according to
historische und
Mechthild
strukturelle
Gomolla,
Verdichtung von Diskriminierung,
I would like
die
to
nicht
see
mehr
this
klar
defined as the
auf bestimmte
historical and social
Institutionen
structural
zurückzuführen ist.
densification of
Zitat Ende. Und
discrimination
daher
that
für
is
viele
not
Menschen
clearly
schwer zu erkennen.
to be traced back to a certain institution.
Klassistische
And that's why
Diskriminierung
it's difficult for people to
auf der
recognize.
strukturellen Ebene kommt
When it
etwa
comes to
in
classistic
Zusammenhängen
structural
zwischen Einkommen
discrimination,
und Gesundheit zum Ausdruck.
you could see that
In einer
easily in
Studie
the
des
relations
Robert Koch
between income and
Instituts
health.
heißt es,
There's a Robert Koch study
Zitat,
that
vor
says
allem von Armut betroffene
especially
Bevölkerungskreise
the
sind
groups in the
verstärkt
population
durch
that are
Krankheiten und
affected by
Beschwerden
poverty
beeinträchtigt,
are very much
schätzen ihre
affected
eigene Gesundheit und
by
gesundheitsbezogene
health issues,
Lebensqualität
illnesses,
schlechter ein und unterliegen
and
einem höheren
perceive
vorzeitigen
their general
Sterberisiko.
health status as
Zitat
more
Ende.
negative than others and have
Beispielsweise
a
leben
higher
Männer
risk
an der unteren,
of early death.
leben Männer an oder unter der Armutsgrenze
People
in
who
Deutschland
live below the poverty line in Germany
10,8 Jahre kürzer
live
als wohlhabende Männer.
8 to 10
Die
years
Lebenserwartung armutsgefährdeter
shorter.
Männer in Deutschland liegt
10.8 years shorter than
70,1 Jahr
wealthy men in
und bei
Germany.
wohlhabenden Männern bei 80,9
So the men
Gewissermaßen
in
manifestieren
poverty
sich die
live
ersten
about
drei
70.1
Ebenen,
years
intrapersonell,
on average, and the
und
wealthy
institutionell, in
men
der vierten Ebene
80.9
strukturell.
years.
Indem sie die Kultur
So,
bzw. den Diskurs des Klassismus bilden,
These
welcher
three
die
levels,
Ungleichheit
interpersonal,
bewertet und die
interpersonal,
Ungerechtigkeit
institutional,
legitimiert.
and the fourth level, structural,
Diese Kultur wird sowohl
are
durch
manifest
individuelle Denk- und
in the
Verhaltensweisen
culture and
als
in the
auch durch die
discourse
gesellschaftlichen
of
Strukturen
classism,
und Institutionen hervorgebracht und
which
stabilisiert.
evaluates
Die
inequality
Frage nun an Sie,
and
wem war das zu
legitimizes
abstrakt
injustices.
und zu theoretisch?
So if this was a little bit too abstract and theoretical,
Wer möchte es noch konkreter haben?
shall I give you a little bit more concrete input?
Wer von Ihnen möchte wissen, inwiefern Klassismus
Who of you
in
would
Ihrem
like to
Leben
know
wirkt?
how classism influences their own
Das
lives?
sind jeweils immer fast die Hälfte der
Okay, I
Menschen
think
gewesen.
about half the people
Dann lade ich Sie
answer to each
ein, bei einer
question. So I
kleinen
would like
Übung
to
mitzumachen.
invite you to participate in a little
Ich
exercise
werde
with me.
jetzt 10 Aussagen
I'm
vorlesen
going to
und
read
ich bitte Sie,
10 statements,
entweder
and I would like to
aufzustehen
ask you to
oder die Hand zu
get
heben
up, either get up
oder
or raise your
einfach für
hand,
sich im Kopf
or
mitzuzählen,
if you like, just
wenn Sie
count
einer Aussage zustimmen können.
in your mind if you confirm a statement that I make.
Bereit?
Are you ready?
Erste Aussage.
First statement.
Also wenn die Aussage auf Sie zutrifft,
So
können
if,
Sie gerne
you know,
aufstehen oder die
you
Hand heben.
confirm the
Ich
statement,
habe
you can
Geld
get
oder
up
Eigentum
or raise your hand.
geerbt bzw.
I
werde es
have
erben.
inherited money or property, or I
Das
will
sind, ja, vielleicht so
inherited.
knapp 50%
Or
des
maybe
Publikums.
50%.
Das wäre nochmal was anderes. Die Frage war mit oder ohne Schulden.
Somebody asked if it was with or without
Zweite
debt.
Aussage.
That,
Ich
I
bin
think that
während
would
meiner
be another
Kindheit und
case.
Jugend regelmäßig ins
Second
Museum,
statement.
Theater, Kino
During my
oder in die
childhood,
Musikschule
I went
gegangen.
to the museum, theater, cinema, or into music school regularly.
Mindestens 50%.
Okay,
wenn
at
nicht
least
gar mehr.
50%, if not more.
Dritte Aussage. Ich
Third
habe während
statement.
meiner Schulzeit an einer
At
Sprachreise
school,
oder
during
an
school,
einem
I went
Schülerinnenaustausch von
for
mehreren
an
Monaten
exchange
teilgenommen.
for several months, or I did a language
Das sind
trip
vielleicht
of
10%
several
oder
months, maybe 10%.
Meine Eltern bzw.
Fourth
Erziehungsberechtigten
statement,
haben
my
einen in
parents
Deutschland anerkannten Abschluss einer Hochschule, Fachhochschule oder
finished
Universität.
university, graduated from university in Germany.
Ich würde sagen auch so mindestens 50%.
Maybe
Wenn
50%
nicht gar mehr.
or more.
6. Aussage, ich kann
Sixth
bzw.
statement.
konnte studieren, ohne mir
I
Gedanken
was
darüber
able
zu machen,
to
wie
go
ich
to
das Studium
university
finanziere
without
und ob ich
having
mich
to
an der
think
Uni
about how I
bzw.
would fund
Hochschule
it, how I would fund
gemäß den
myself,
sozialen Codes nach
and whether I would
richtig,
fit in
Anführungszeichen,
at
verhalte.
university with my behavior.
Also korrigiert mich, aber auch mindestens die Hälfte, wenn nicht gar
I
mehr.
think this is also half of people here.
7. Aussage, meine
Seventh
Eltern
statement.
bzw.
My
Erziehungsberechtigten
parents
haben im Kunst- und Kulturbetrieb
worked
gearbeitet
in the
bzw.
arts and
tun das
culture or still work in this area.
noch. Das sind
Okay,
vielleicht so knapp 10%.
maybe 10%.
8. Aussage, damit
Eighth
vorletzte.
statement.
Wenn ich mich nicht gemäß den sozialen
If I don't
Standards
behave
nach
according to
verhalte, wird das
social
nicht auf meine
standards,
sozioökonomische Herkunft
nobody
zurückgeführt.
refers this back to my socio-economic background.
Ja, die Aussage
Can you
ist,
say this
wenn ich
again,
mich
please?
nicht gemäß
So,
den
if
sozialen
I don't
Standards nach verhalte,
behave according
wird
to
das
social
nicht auf meine
standards, people
sozioökonomische
don't
Herkunft
relate
zurückgeführt.
this to my
Doppelte Verneinung, ein
social
bisschen anstrengend fürs Gehirn, ich weiß.
economic origins.
Wow, ja, das ist
It's a bit difficult because it's
30%,
doubly
40,
negated.
schätze ich mal.
Okay, that's 30-40%, I think.
Letzte Aussage, meine
Last
Sprache,
statement, my language,
inklusive
including
Dialekte,
dialects,
Soziolekte,
social
wird
acts,
nicht mit meiner sozioökonomischen
are
Herkunft in
not
Verbindung gebracht
related
und
to my
andere Menschen machen
socio-economic
sich nicht darüber lustig.
origin, and other people do not laugh about it.
Okay, das sind 60 bis
60%,
70%, würde ich sagen.
70% even.
Ich könnte jetzt den Vortrag auch auf Schwäbisch weitermachen, aber ich mache es nicht,
And now he's speaking a very funny German dialect
weil dann hätte es
that's
vielleicht
not
gleich ein
very
bisschen eine
popular
andere
in the
Wirkung.
north of Germany. And he says, I'm not continuing in
Oder
this
wenn ich
dialect
mit Akzent sprechen würde, wäre
because
auch ein
it's
bisschen
not
vielleicht
popular.
anders
And
für
now he
manche
puts on
Menschen, die mich nicht so gut verstehen.
an
Also ich
accent
mache das nicht, um
that
mich
could
lustig zu
be
machen,
from
sondern nur,
Turkish
um zu
or
gucken, was
from
bei
a
ihnen im
Slavic
Hirn passiert, wenn
background.
sie unterschiedliche
I'm not doing
Sprechweisen
this to make fun of people. So this was just an
Wenn Sie
example.
diese Aussagen zum Großteil bejahen
If you can say
konnten,
yes to
dann
most
ist
of
das
those
ein Zeichen
statements,
dafür,
then
dass Sie durch Klassismus
that's a
privilegiert
sign
werden.
for you being
Und es gibt noch
privileged
viel
by
mehr
classism.
klassismusrelevante
And
Privilegien.
there are so many
Hierbei
more
ist es wichtig zu betonen,
privilege-
dass sich privilegierte
privileges
Menschen nicht
related
selbst
to
privilegiert
classism.
fühlen müssen.
And
es
it
zu
doesn't
sein.
necessarily mean that you feel privileged.
Häufig erleben Menschen mit klassenspezifischen
But
Privilegien diese nicht
often
als solche,
People who have
sondern
those
als eigenen
privileges don't
Verdienst.
feel that it's a privilege
Nun freue ich mich
but
auf
that
einen
is something
Austausch
that
über
they did kind of
Klassismus,
all
auf die anderen
manage
Panelistinnen
themselves.
und
And
wünsche
now
uns
I would
allen
like
ein
to
anregendes und
say
erkenntnisreiches
thank you very much for
Panel.
your attention. And I'm looking forward to the exchange with my other panelists.
Okay, dann begrüßen wir hiermit auch Daniel Wetzel.
So
der auch
now we'd
eingetroffen
like to
ist
welcome
mit unserem
Daniel
nächsten
Wetzel
Input.
as well, who's just
Applaus.
arrived. Put your hands together for Daniel Wetzel, please.
Tut mir leid, dass ich ein bisschen später gekommen
I'm
bin.
sorry, apologies for arriving late.
Ja, Hauptsache ich bin
What
da.
did you say? Well, yes, I'm
ich wollte
here
einige
indeed,
Bilder zeigen
yes,
von
delighted.
Theaterstücken,
I wanted to
eigentlich
share
haben-
some
wie viele von euch
pictures
haben
with
gestern das
you.
Theaterstück gesehen? Wer
Who
von
of
euch?
you
Dann rede ich
who was
davon
there
ein bisschen
to watch
weniger.
the theater play yesterday?
Bei dem Theater,
Okay,
was
then I
wir
will not go into
bei
detail.
Rimini-Protokoll machen, ging es
We
immer
at
darum,
Rimini Protocol,
dass die
we do
Institution
theater. And what
eine
is
ist,
it about?
in
Well,
der,
the
in die Menschen
institution,
reinwachsen.
theater
Die ist
itself,
also nicht
is
per se
considered as something
einladend,
where
sondern eigentlich ein
human
Ort,
beings
an
can
dem
grow into. So it's
bestimmte
not in
kulturelle
itself,
Produkte und
it doesn't
Gedanken
as
und
itself
Traditionen
invite,
weitergepflegt
but
werden
it's
und die Leute, die
really
da
about
arbeiten, sollten sich auch
cultural
leisten,
context and
sich
passing
da
cultural
reinzubewegen. Die
ideas
wenigsten landen
on.
da.
Many
Bei
people
mir war das so, dass,
try to approach this
ich in
area,
einem sehr
or maybe not,
ärmlichen, aber kulturell
but very
sehr
few
reichen
actually
Haushalt,
make
aufgewachsen
it.
bin. Das heißt,
I
es gab kein Geld, aber überall Bücher.
I grew up
Und
in
deswegen auch
a
ganz
surrounding
gerade
where we
wenig
had a lot of
beschäftigt.
books. We
Andere
weren't
haben immer
wealthy,
gesagt,
but
ich soll
there were
Filme
many
verwenden.
books. So,
Aber das war eher eine
what was
Anekdote
my
und ich habe
surrounding
auch nicht so
like?
die
What did
Idee,
they
dass ich
tell us?
mitgemacht habe.
Well, they said, well, maybe you want to
das heißt, ich gehöre zu den
become
Leuten, die
a
eigentlich
chemist.
in dieser
And then I
kulturellen
didn't.
Welt,
Now, looking at this
aufgewachsen
cultural
sind.
hemisphere, I can say it's something that I grew up in the cultural hemisphere of the theater. I'm very used to books, I'm very used to plays, being around, and I myself think this is like a fish in the water. I can live like that. That's what I do professionally as well, and that's how I make my money. So it also allows me to convince others to implement project together, and again another project, and so on. I just traveled to the US just last week. We staged the play 100%. So we try to have 2 to 3 people on stage. Now looking at statistic criteria, that comes into play, and they are really statistic in that sense. So usually they are binary in terms of gender, nationality plays a role, age, and where they live within the city plays a role, and that's how we select them. So we know actually 51 people we need who register as female, and we need that amount of people from that neighborhood, we need that age group and that age group, that kind of nationality, and then we look for them, we scout. We did this 43 times now, basically on every continent by now. And what happened? Well, every time the same thing happens. We need a backlist of further criteria in order to make sure that we don't have a cast where we just have artists or people who work in university or schools or have rather a pedagogical context. They are usually already open-minded. But let me refer to last week again. We hadn't found all 100 we needed, and that's usually the case every time. And then we practice, we train 4 to 5 times, and then we put the play on stage. And then we say, okay, we can represent the city because we have so and so many people representing male population, so and so many representing this age group and that the other. Now looking at heterogenic aspects, there's also something we like to take into consideration. We like to have representatives of minorities on stage, and you really have to look for them thoroughly. This might refer to people from the queer, LGBTI plus society, and then also you might question, well, according to voting habits, who do you vote for? What about the election? What does this say about your mindset? And then the next question is, well, can you afford participating in the project like that? We have the rehearsals on the weekend, 4 to 5 hours, and then you also need a Tuesday and a Friday, Saturday evening. That's what you need to be able to do. So we're still missing 20 people, and we just walked around town and started speaking to people on the street, basically. And then someone explained the following to us. Well, we are service workers. They can't participate because that meant we cannot invite them because they cannot do without one of their shifts. They also cannot ask a co-worker if they can take over. So what did I do? I spoke to the safety personnel of the building where we worked, and he said, I'd like to participate. And then what we do usually, we speak with them for an hour, take a picture, and the next day he didn't show up. Then I was looking for him, where are you? So I spoke to him again, and it turned out he was so scared to postpone a shift. He couldn't come because he took over shift for one of his colleagues. So this is just to give you an idea of the situation. I don't know where it is elsewhere in the US, but this goes for Chapel Hill, this town in the US. So we started inviting students. So that again, those are people who can afford it. They might even receive some token of appreciation for participating. However, one thing became very clear. We didn't manage to include a part of society that is very relevant, and we weren't able to include them on stage. Academics were involved, and someone said, well, I'm a professor for theater professor, but I will just play a firefighter. Well, no, we can't do that. That's not the idea of the project, because it's about what this firefighter man or woman thinks, not what you think this person thinks. So this is something we've seen time and again, and very often it comes back to what we think, what others might think. So looking at the plays we stage and the projects we do, it's about getting to the nitty-gritty of things, to really get to understand what people actually think. I think that's very trans-institutional. It's really a trans-institutional opportunity that only theater offers. You can do that in theater, just like not like in a relationship or your own body, where you might have only merely an image, and then you start noticing that you don't actually reflect. You just have this image of my theater, my body, my relationship. But in the theater, you get the chance to redefine it time and again, and also focus on the questions that you don't pose, that you don't ask yourself. So there are really no static limits to what we do here. Maybe our discourse in our talks to each other, we have a very short term timeline, so this doesn't always get us where, or might not get us where we need to go. So I just would like to say that in the context of formats that we define as immersive, no matter if I'm listening to a talk or if I'm the person, if I dare to stand up on stage and speak, if I'm ready to be on stage in front of hundreds of people, of course, you'll always also meet people who learned. So those are usually people who've received enough appreciation, recognition, really, that they can have the self-confidence to actually do that, be on stage. So this doesn't go for people with problems or traumas, of course. So all of these are reasons why people might not do it, might not participate in projects like the one I've been talking about. Usually people are quite open-minded, as I said, but we're scouting for people who can share things that we don't know already. We don't want our texts to be printed at Reklam. No, it's not a written text, it's something vivid, something that lives in itself, and that's what we use to write our play. There are invisible barriers, of course, and you cannot ignore them. It would be crazy for me to tell you who we managed to get on stage or how we supported them in being able to participate in our projects. There's a fact in terms of participation, with regard to participation. This has to do with classism. I don't like the term classism. You, Nenad, you described it. It's a prose term, concept. I'm not sure you saw it, the play by Christiane Rösinger, Class Review, the Grand Class Review. Title of the play. So there were moments where you could actually feel that people felt affected by what was being staged. It was really within the atmosphere. So this really had not only to do with people on stage, but also with people in the audience. So these are German speakers who are professionals in the theater, And it's interesting for them to be on stage and be confronted with people who can afford a ticket for such a play. So I don't want to prolong my talk. Allow me just to say that I think it's quite interesting to meet someone where I don't know how this person feels or how this person lives or thinks. I live in Berlin, Lausitzer place, so there are many people there. I sit on the street or the benches, and there are many people I can't talk to because they smoke crack or they're just confused, obviously. So I worked in a clinic recently, and I can recognize this right away if someone is affected. That was something that I was missing in the list you mentioned earlier on. But those people are there as well. They are on our streets and they characterize our streets. Just like service workers, people who are responsible to clean away our waste bin. So the people I refer to, they are there. They live on the streets, they have animals maybe living in their shoes, and they can do things that we no longer pay attention to. So ever since I went there last year, I realized one thing. It doesn't have to do so much with how they are. They are like that because of the way we are. So it is this image, this reflection of our life, of how we live. And it's something we cannot approach, and we lack respect. And we can limit our communication with them to saying, okay, I already gave him €1 or 2 or 3, so I'm not going to give any money to this person. So my realization was this: we're limited to this moment where we stop communicating with them. And I would like to say it's possible to just sit next to them and start talking. So there are barriers, and they are not only structural but also in your mind, so mental barriers. And that's when I realized theater can do so much, has so much to offer, but that's only possible if it actually realizes how people think. Now, to end on a positive note, if you'll allow, there's one thing that's really great, and I think we can do something. Theater is, in a positive sense, the actual opposite of life on the street. And why is that? Because we can declassify here. We can select the language, or choose the language we want to speak in order to listen to each other, to say something. Where else? There's no other place where people come together, ready to listen to each other, to do something together. So in terms of learning about human beings, learning about other people we usually don't communicate with because we are who we are. So I think there's no better place than under the roof of a theater.
Vielen Dank, Daniel Wetzel. Und wir haben noch einen dritten Input von unserem dritten Gast. Ich übergebe auch dir das Mikro. Herzlich willkommen, Rhiannon White.
Hi everyone. How's everyone doing? You all right? Yeah? Can I just invite us to do something, because we've been listening for a long time and we're all theatre people, right? So I just want to invite you to rub your hands together, you know, like this. Get some heat. Just give yourself a bit of a rub. Your hat, on your chest, on your face, back of your neck. Bit of a pat. Cool. And take a few breaths. It's all right. It's a real privilege to be here. I've stepped into this panel just 2 days ago because someone was sick with COVID. So I've prepared something that is a keynote speech that I did in Glasgow a couple of weeks ago with 2 colleagues of mine. One who is a community artist and producer, and another who is an academic. And I'd really like to read it to you. It's in a UK context, so it might be a little bit different to what we've heard already, but I think it might complement it and be useful. Before I share that with you, I just want to introduce myself. My name's Rhiannon. I'm from a theatre company called Commonwealth. 2 separate words, that's very important. In the UK, it can be a slur to call someone common. Common often means poor, and we are a theatre company that makes work for working class people in working class communities. So common as in common, reclaiming the word common and being in common, and wealth is in all the experience and knowledge that comes from being working class. I'm going to read from the paper, so I do apologize. So yeah, we prepared this keynote in a really unusual but very Commonwealth way, where we posed like a provocation to ourselves, and we wrote as a little group. And this is actually the very thing that we wrote. We never edited it. It actually just all came out in that moment. So you'll hear 3 very different voices in this. Yeah, it all kind of makes sense in the end. A hostile and inaccessible sector, stuck in entry-level positions for years, while those around you who come from wealthier backgrounds were able to level up due to ability to afford internships and experiences that gave them a wealth of learning that wasn't available to you. Move in sideways and circle in the roles that you know you could thrive in. How can you gain experience without being given the opportunity to experience? Sidestepping, sidestepping, sidestepping. Being pigeonholed as a community arts worker because you know how to speak to people. Code for, you know how to work with working class people because you're one of them, and you know how to handle the shit when it hits the fan. How do you move away from that boxing in? And what even is community arts? Isn't art just art, and isn't that everywhere? Who gets to define when something bypasses the community label? And what does that even mean, really, once they've managed to get the funding or they've been validated by the powers that be? And the labour that goes into the work, the pastoral care, the long hours and being on call 24/7, making yourself constantly available to people because you never knew when someone might need the help. Getting paid so much less than others in the sector, even though they all want your input and consultation. And what if you yourself want to be able to make? What if you want to create something? A hostile and inaccessible sector. The systems, how we live, where we live, what we have access to is so far removed from the cultural sector. We have to hustle, fight, negotiate. Everything works against us. This sector is not set up for working class, benefit class, underclass, criminal class people. Sometimes our experiences give us a seat at the table, and sometimes the seat is for just one, and the rest of the table is dominated by those who are wealthy. And that's when you feel the imposter syndrome creep in, on top of you feeling like your experiences are irrelevant, or your networks are no good, and your experiences are trauma after trauma after trauma after trauma, and you can't find the words because you don't know the lingo, and you don't have the right friends in the right places. It's exhausting. When we started Commonwealth, we didn't even know the Arts Council existed and that you could get paid to make art. And even then, it still felt impossible. At every turning, we hit a brick wall. You can't get a bank account because of a CCJ, and you didn't know how to set up a company, and you didn't have the money to pay the solicitor to help you. In the end, it was the credit union who accepted us, and that changed everything. All we ever wanted to do was make theatre and bring people together. And then, the moment that you get the long-term funding, and someone high up in the Arts Council says, "You're middle class now." A hostile and inaccessible sector. Meetings. They're not for everyone. Intimidating places that seem to operate by an invisible set of rules. They're the main way of getting a foot inside professions shaped by middle-class environments, including the cultural sector and arts and humanities in university. "I've never been to a meeting in my life," my dad said recently. "What do you say at all these meetings?" Working as a freelance artist in the last century, I used to avoid meetings like the plague. Didn't work out too well. Mustering the courage to open your mouth, not sounding right. A feeling of having missed a chance, of not having said the right thing, not having made your case in the right way. A sense that the big decisions have already been made. Over the years, I've learned I need to over-prepare for meetings. How to speak to people, learning a kind of register, polished, long form. Come by and have a chat. It's a big opportunity. But who knew this was the case? Tables that we sit round, procedures, not interrupting, not arguing, it's not allowed. A certain tone, volume, polite, civil, feeling just a little bit grubby. Issues of voice and language, a new language to learn, a mission, vision, story of change, 5-year plan, business case, trustee, chair, minutes, actions, evaluation, consultant, investment principles. These words act as barriers, points of entry and exit, initiation rites. Not bad in themselves, but a whole new world. Strange. Just hold your breath and you get through it. I got into this because I think that arts and imagination are transformative. I think I still do. Our lived experience is an asset. Always written poetry, always thought you had a book in you and wanted to tell the stories you saw around you and lived through. But seeing the published authors who were telling these stories came from the Teller Cracker, and maybe they were the only ones allowed to speak for you. Uni, much the same, you know, a seminar of 20 wannabe writers, and you can clearly tell that you're the one from a struggling background. Oh, wow, you're the first to go to uni in your family. Yeah, I am actually. And the weight of that is immense, and you start thinking you're less than. You're the only one reading out filth and turning the air blue in your sharing sessions. My dad's a heroin addict, and my mum is mental, and I spent my youth getting high on a mountain to escape the pressure. Oversharing to play up to an image, or maybe you're just speaking your truth, who knows? They think you're a novelty because you're from the sticks, like, what do you know about life, really? You stop writing, you stop thinking, you lose a big part of yourself. Working in the arts, can't be an artist, you've already decided you're not good enough. So at least being in proximity is something, that'll be fulfilling. Facilitate someone else's dream. You can only get admin jobs, years pass, and people think you're a wonderful addition to the office with your slang and your anecdotes. But then when it comes to meetings with faces and names, it's, oh, be careful not to swear in the meeting, Fionn. Please make sure you wear something appropriate on Thursday as so-and-so is coming in. And what does this mean? You're making brews 2 years in while double-barreled, softly spoken girl from mid-Powys, who started the same day as you, whose family converted an old barn and turned the annex into an Airbnb, is moving up and up and up. She's portfolio manager now. You feel voiceless. You abandon the arts for 4 years. Feel immense privilege to do what you do today. But community art is underappreciated. A box within a box, and Wales is an island on an island. Not much opportunity. The jobs you could progress into are being clung on by folks who will retire out of them. So what do you do next? Go to England, they say. But you don't know the language they speak over there. You can code switch into Dosbarth Canol Cymraeg, but you're well out of your depth in middle-class England. You're still not making, you're still not creating. What's a council estate sheepshagger to do? I grew up in a place famous for John Redwood, the former Welsh Secretary of State, saying that single mums should have their children taken off them because they were getting pregnant to get council houses. 30 years and that narrative is still strong. Growing up, I loved telling stories and creating worlds, putting on shows in my garden, dressing up kids in my mum's clothes. In my neighborhood, trauma, violence, ill health, unemployment was woven into the fabric of our community, along with spirit and friendship and a shared sense of supporting each other through difficult and hard times. I don't think class is defined by how much money you earn, what you wear, how you talk, or what education you manage to have. It's about the lived experience, what you've grown up with, who you've grown up with, what you've navigated, how you've had to hustle, what impact that's had on you, the quality of life you've had, the people that have shaped you, the things you've had access to or not had access to, where you've lived, how many places you've lived, who you've had to care for, the jobs you've had to work, the ways you've had to get money, the things you worry about, how you self-taught, the history you didn't learn, stories you didn't see on the news, the politics, stories you didn't see on stage, or stories that you did see that are steeped in stereotypes and bad versions of the world that you know. Having to lose your accent because you sound too common. It's being judged, told you're not good enough, that you barely scrape a C grade at school and you'd end up in the flats with 3 children. It's your friends getting pregnant and telling you in your science class. It's the neighbours calling the police, young families and social services and violence. It's a youth club being closed again and again. It's sofa surfing, it's ill health and stress and sweets on a Tuesday when the family credit comes through. It's poverty and having to navigate through unfit, unjust, degrading systems, living in places which aren't fit for purpose, and having to work with everything that you are given. Our lived experience is an asset. Recently, my research took a historical turn where towns were being made and remade before public funding for the arts even existed. How did ordinary people make use of theatre and performance to serve their communities? Looking again at Enlightenment histories of useful arts to trace radical performance experiments from temperance plays, educating children about the dangers of drink, to musical entertainment providing relief in workhouses. How a language of rights, including cultural rights, went hand in hand with decisions who qualify as human. Which peoples and lands are more or less amenable to culture and cultivation. How the call for arts, education, opportunities for everyone, for all, in common, has been consistently threatening the people who already have those things. We are part of building a movement. We were bored of theatre being for the middle classes, so we set up Commonwealth, 2 separate words, our values expressed in our name. We knew that people like us from communities like ours would love experimental, radical theatre. In Bristol, where we set Commonwealth up, the city felt abundant. We had access to empty buildings and we could still squat legally. We could sign on, get benefits, which gave us time and financial support to be creative and to take action. There were lots of people who were up for coming together. They had time and we could make things happen. The DIY free party activist scene was thriving and we created Commonwealth off the back of it, feeding in the values and the feelings and the teachings that we had from all of our communities before. Our first funded show, Hourglass House, saw us take over a house on a street, transforming it into a performance venue. We created a show about domestic abuse, interviewing people. The first was my mum. We wanted it to be relevant and honest and true to those who had experienced it. Building the show with people from interview stage was when we first experienced the ripples. Those people we interviewed shaped, edited, and came on a journey with us. We honored their stories, and in exchange, they stood by us side by side, sharing their story, built on mutual respect. In that show, a neighbor in her 60s came 3 times to watch it, and she didn't normally go to the theatre. And it was then that we understood if we create work in neighborhoods with people in places that normally didn't go, that felt and those places, if they felt familiar, that we would reach people we wanted to share our work with. We were never interested in performing inside theatres. We get excited by buildings and working out how we can design them and respond to them. And we get to do that in the heart of a neighborhood. The movement is about people. Our sounding board of 10 people who we support and network and grow with. Speakers Corner, our social space for young women in Bradford who set up creative campaigns. It's the artists and the performers we work with, and the fact that we're based in 2 countries, in 2 contexts, in our hometowns, our working class hometowns. Imagine if our communities had time and energy and resources and access to opportunities in abundance. That we didn't have to worry about money, health, food, violence, feeling used, under-resourced. universal basic income exists, and we have time, that we see ourselves more in all our intersectional beauty, that we believe that it's possible for us to make and create, and our imaginations are valued and championed, well-resourced, that we're not ridiculed or used as stories to be viewed or as entertainment. Imagine if we were valued and our stories treated with respect. Imagine if we were nourished in every sense of the word, that education works in our favor and we taught life. If there were youth centres, community centres, food, places to sleep, houses without damp, caring duties were supported and we felt valued. If our elders weren't isolated and lonely and our young people weren't bored and without purpose, but connected and enjoying time together. And if we could gather like this, and if we had spaces to gather, imagine if our communities had time, energy, resources, access to opportunities in abundance. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhiannon. That was very inspiring. Es waren alles 3 sehr, sehr spannende Beiträge, die uns einen Einblick
Those were
geben darüber, was Klassismus ist,
three very interesting
wie es
talks
ihr auch in eurer
who give
jeweiligen
us an
Arbeit auch
idea
erlebt.
of what classism
Bevor wir
is, how
übergehen in
you
eine
experience
Diskussion darüber, was
it
wir
in
tun
your
können, was wir in
work.
unserer eigenen Arbeit, welche
Now,
Erfahrungen wir
before we
teilen
get to
können, was es
discussion,
jenseits unserer
what it means for
eigenen
our
Arbeit
work, for our
braucht,
life, what
welche
it's
Ressourcen es
required
gibt,
for our
welche,
work, what
ja,
resources
Selbstkritik es
are
vielleicht
out
auch
there,
gibt,
what
wollte ich erstmal noch einmal kurz ans Publikum
degree of
fragen,
self-criticism
wie
is
geht's euch
necessary
so?
there.
Braucht ihr ein
So
bisschen
I wanted
Bewegung?
to
Müsst ihr irgendwie mal
ask
aufs
you in the
Klo? Wer
audience, how
hätte
do you
gern so eine
feel? Do you need a
5-Minuten-Pause?
break? Would you want?
Okay.
Do you need a
Wir haben
5-minute
wir haben
break?
nämlich noch eine
Do you
ganze
want to
Stunde
move? Do you
und ich würde
need to go to the
sagen,
loo? We still
5
have some
Minuten.
time, so
Also
my
vielleicht braucht ihr auch ein bisschen
suggestion
länger,
is
aber wir
5
fangen
minutes.
knackig.
You might
Ja, wir
need
fangen knackig Viertel
one
vor
more minute,
1 wieder
but
an. Also
let's
Viertel vor 1 bitte wieder
reconvene
hier.
here at quarter
Bis
to
gleich.
1. Quarter to 1. See you in a bit.
Zeit gut nutzen können.
We want to
Ich bitte also
use
alle,
the time we
wieder an
have
ihren
as
Platz
best possible. And
zurückzukehren
I'd just like to ask
und
each and every one of you
auf die
to
Gespräche
return to
langsam
your
einzustellen.
seats and calm down.
Genau, es gab einen kleinen Umbau im Programm. Vielleicht hattet ihr
There was a moment for restructuring on the agenda. Right. So we had to restructure the program here on stage. Rhiannon White filled in last minute. It was great because we were able to focus on different perspectives, and it was, I think it's very enriching. It's something very new in Germany trending, but the situation in Great Britain is different. So we have two languages on stage, so my suggestion would be to switch to simple English from now on. And I also wanted to ask you, because speaking English has to do with classism as well. If you're an educated, privileged person, then you will probably speak English. But my mom wouldn't. In Germany, apologies.
Und für wen das schwierig ist, es gibt draußen noch
So
Kopfhörer.
if it's difficult for you to speak and understand English, please grab a set of headsets outside. If you prefer to speak or listen in German, then we can do that.
Ja?
Sorry, the questions cannot be interpreted without a microphone. Now, my suggestion would be on stage or also, no, speaking to the audience, please pose the question in a language you feel comfortable in, and then let's just use interpretation. But we will now speak in English here on stage.
Great, thank you very much for sharing your perspectives. I thought it was so interesting and intriguing also from the different fields and contexts in that you three are working and all this rich experiences with that. And maybe we start with you, Nenad, because you generously shared with us what you understand as classism, how we can discuss about this, how it affects us. But you work as a coach, so you try to work with people also with classism background, I assume, or somehow with this topic. And I wonder, when you work with people, because it's also all about empowering people in the end, if you're affected by something, or if we want to change the society ultimately. How would you say would it be to work with people who are affected by classism?
Thank you for the question. Well, maybe just to add, when I'm working as a coach or when I'm working as a trainer and consultant, I'm mostly working on the topics of anti-discrimination and diversity. When I'm working as a coach, I'm not so much working dealing with these topics, which means that people come to me with also other questions, which are more linked to their personal development. Of course, dealing with discrimination and reflecting yourself is also part of self-development, but when I'm working as a coach, it's also much more business related in the sense, how do I make decisions, how do I prioritize, how do I learn to navigate, what is my leadership role, etc., etc. But I can still say something, because when I'm working as a coach, I also offer my coaching skills pro bono, which means for certain people which cannot afford to pay for coaching, I'm part of a network for people who are switching class, I would say, from working class background to academic background, where there are a lot of students as well. And for example, in this network, I offer coaching for free. And yeah, when I'm working with them, your question was concerned about empowerment, right?
Yeah, how does classism come into your work as coach, trainer, consultant? But also, it can be empowerment.
Yeah, I mean, one effect of classism, of course, is are people able to afford my work or not? So this could be one exclusion, but because I'm aware of this, I offer it also to certain people who cannot afford it. And then, there are some topics, for example, that people feel insecure in certain contexts, like you mentioned it in your keynote. So some don't know how to handle certain situations, or they think they have to prepare a lot, or they never feel prepared enough. They have difficulties when it comes to their payment, for example, how to how to negotiate what or how much they are paid, or to how to perform what they're doing, because there are certain people who do things and who talk a lot about what they're doing and how great they're doing it, which is okay. And then there are people who are also doing a lot of things, but maybe they're not so used to talking about it. Or gender-wise also, for example, my experience is that male tend to present things they did with the group or with the team as their personal effort. Women tend to present things which they did with the team as a team effort. So they tend to speak in we and not so much in I. But it's also, yeah, some people who know that we are linked to each other, that my success cannot be separated from your success, or the fact that all of us are here is based on a lot of different people doing their job. And so I think people who have this conscious or who have this in their mind, it's easier for them to see other people, to recognize their work, to appreciate their work. Yeah, but it's also sometimes they struggle with making decisions. So not being led by fear, for example, but more by hope, or what are my visions, how I'm gonna go there, how do I make up a plan to reach it, and not so much, okay, I have this job, maybe it's better to stay in this job, although it's shitty paid, the colleagues are total mess, but still I need it because I don't know how to pay my rent and stuff, so it's also sometimes working on that.
What's your advice then? Because I was so sad when you were asked all these 10 questions, and I thought, okay, maybe 1 out of 10 is a yes for me, and my strategy was for a long time just act rich, just learn how they do it, like how other people negotiate their money and so on, act male and all the talk about what you do, but it just doesn't feel quite right. It's really it's a tough thing, and it's uncomfortable also, and yeah, and generally doesn't feel right, like a good thing to do.
Well, when I'm working with people, I don't give that much advice, because I know that advice is not really working. Information is there, plenty of information is there. You can read certain things, you can watch certain things, you can listen to podcasts, you can exchange with people, but still some people, they are not moving. And I know this for myself, so there are things I know, but I still don't behave in this way. So I don't think it's always that effective to give advices, but rather to ask questions. So what I'm doing, I really ask a lot of questions and really try to develop very, very specific solutions or ways of change for the people I work with. Yeah. So there is no general answer.
I see. Rhiannon, talking about also appreciating work or other backgrounds, or acting authentic, if you want. You work with a lot of people who just are who they are. And were you the person who interviewed the mother? Huh?
What did you say?
Were you the person who interviewed the mother when it was about domestic abuse?
Yeah.
Because you mixed like 3 voices, so
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
not
yeah.
sure
Yeah.
who of you was that. How do you find these people and actually make them speak? Like, do you feel like there's a wish from people from other backgrounds to really act or be on stage to tell their own stories, or do you have to also put in a lot of, let's say, convincing work and explain that it's theater, this is what we do?
I think it starts for us with a place, like from a place of trust, and that takes a really long time. And with that show particularly, it was my mum that I interviewed, and it sounds funny, but actually that was a really good starting point for us because we already had the trust and the care and the love, and we were able to shape a set of like 12 very complex questions, not complex in the language, but more in depth. So for that show, we never asked about violence. We asked about what it felt like to be in love, for example, which is quite emotive for someone who's experienced violence. And that was a really good training ground for us because obviously me and my mum have a relationship, and we had a relationship with the violence too. So being able to shape and learn together, me and my co-director and my mum, we were able to set a series of questions that were manageable for people. And actually in that process, it took almost 2 years to make that show. And during that process, we trained with a domestic violence charity to become freedom program facilitators. Like, we trained in how to work with women who'd experienced domestic abuse. And we worked with friends and family. Like, when we were making it, it was kind of staggering how many people stepped forward and said, yeah, that happened to me too. And these were women and men, children. And then we worked with a domestic violence charity who worked with women and men and children to work then to find people who might want to be interviewed. And it's always, it was always for us about this idea of creating change through making the show. So when we were making the show, it was always about, okay, how can we change the way that the police might intervene in a violent situation, or how citizens might feel their responsibility is and how they might intervene, or it was always about changing the law, really. So when we were having those initial conversations with the people who were experiencing it, they knew that, and we could be upfront about that too. They were really passionate about having their stories heard. Also, just to say that we didn't just interview and then say goodbye, see you later, that they came on a journey with us. So we, every step of the way, they were our guides, they were our collaborators, they saw the work, they co-wrote the work, they edited it with us. And there was an amazing, one of the best things I've ever done, amazing retreat that we organized. So all of the women that we'd interviewed come with us on a residential trip into the countryside with their children. Some were still in refuges, some hadn't been in refuges for 20 years, but together as a group we all went away and we did this amazing weekend called All the Things You Ever Wanted to Say. And it was really powerful to be with those women just one-on-one, really looking at them personally. So the show was like a bigger thing, but then there was also this process throughout that was about their own lives and how they were coming through and coming out of the violence. Very layered.
Yeah, I can relate that also time is a key, and all the things that around that happening through a piece, because I have a monthly talk series also on class matters, and I invite people from all class backgrounds. And what's also for me, and I wonder if you make a similar experience, is it helps to share your own background. So I think I would never be able to invite certain people if I didn't have similar backgrounds myself, because then there's another trust that builds. I mean, the rich people who are used to speak to media, they come anyway. Yeah. They also have their assistants and the calendars, and they just do it. But for all the others, I feel like I need to open up my whole story first, my own one, before we can even start talk about details like would you really come, and when and how?
Yeah, it's exactly that. And it's also having like a shared shorthand or shared like experiences that you could draw, like, yeah. I've worked in many kind of council estates. You know what a council estate is, like a social housing places where people live across the UK, and there's always like a real there's always been like a really quick, easy way to build trust because we share the same experiences or the same knowledge and we have the same references, whereas that's sometimes different with people who maybe come from a different class to you. And we're really lucky because we work on the council estate where I come from. We've got an office there, and that feels really powerful because I know that in a really deep way. Like, I love it and I hate it, and I'm allowed to do those things because I come from there.
Yeah. How is it for you, Daniel? Because you literally fly in and then cast people, and you also try to cast them from very different backgrounds. You already shared a little bit that it's hard, but do you, after all this time, because you haven't just done it once, can share some experience on where you say, aha, this really worked for us to bring people from different class backgrounds in, and here we totally failed?
Yeah, actually, failure is part of this. In essence, it's more about if you need to kind of have a curtain that protects the view on it. So I think it's about sharing an attempt, and in the case of these pieces, it's never about art. You can also not discuss art. And I think we also never use art as an argumentation in order to explain why we do something, why we facilitate, why we invite people to do something on a stage, because there must be always an interest in trying something out together, and that's not art, that's interest. And so the art is maybe the possibility, is the spaces that we get provided by clever people who can still convince politicians that they can provide money for places like this. Perhaps there the art is that it's about, and then inside it's more about listening. And I have this banana. This was given to me by a friend who had to leave, and he said, keep this and just say one thing, because we're working also together on this question. This used to be a symbol for many years for a specific kind of people in Germany, right? So it's those people that didn't have access to bananas. And we are living in a... Huh?
I know so many banana metaphors, like also outside yellow and inside white. This is like my Asian...
Oh, banana people. No, that's another thing.
Reference.
No, sorry. It's, again, it's more talking about failure on my end, that I at least also have lived in a country which was labeled reunified in 1990. This was a big event of, as I learned, the more I started to listen to people who have been on the other side of the so-called wall, of declassification in such a heavy way that it's gonna be with us for generations still. It was, and I'm just mentioning that because he said I should mention that. We can talk about very, very, very different forms and ways of situations where we just have no training in listening, but it's a very specific German thing that is really a dialogue that really never happened. And it's covered with a very, very strange, cheesy propaganda, I might say, in public media also, that keep telling everybody who lived in this other Germany, where they at least tried to claim that there might be another situation, another society where it's not about class, where it's not about wealth, where it's not about owning things, where there was the idea that art should only be there to listen to those who work, greift zur Feder, Kumpel, writers go into the factories, make workers share what they experience. All these things have been declassified due to the fact that it was also dictatorship and a secret service apparatus that ruled all. And also because there was one person, and you know that person, you in Germany, that got the task from the political sector to calculate the value of this country. Also wie viel ist die DDR wert? What is the value of this country? And this person was calculating for a couple of weeks, and there's pictures with him, with that person, with all the papers, calculation. And then, surprisingly, now we understand why, but surprisingly also that time, he made a calculation that said the value of the GDR is 0. And that was what he said to Schäuble and to Kohl, who then said nobody will be in a worse situation and many in a better. And there will be blossoming landscapes and stuff, all lies. And also, so the person that declassified half of our country, or a third, and also explained to us that we should not really talk to these guys on the other side of the wall. It doesn't make sense. They will just have to catch up because they chose to join us. And that was Thilo Sarrazin, who he did this calculation. So he was already trained that time in declassing entire groups of humanity by just saying there's a mathematic problem with your brain or with your country, and I say it's minus or 0. So that was the banana mission, and I just wanted to throw that in. Before we talk about general and so on, I think we're really in a country also where some dialogues are completely covered by some really shitty narrative of we achieved anything.
But now when we speak about bringing more perspectives, more views, more kind of stories onto the stage, of course each of you is doing their own thing, but how do you think, and now this is a question to all of you, so just please feel free to jump in, what is the bigger thing that you think we need to tackle or change?
I'm really interested in all of what you just said. And I think the thing that always comes back to me is the context for class is really fucking important. And it's not just about money or like what I said in my talk. I think it's really complex, actually. And also inside that context is where we live, colonialism, capitalism, political structures, all of that. Like my context is Wales, which is got its own history of classism, but also England next to Wales, and the history of a whole language being completely decimated, a history of working class libraries being created by the miners. You know, there's a whole history there that I come with that I never share when I'm on panels like this, and I think for me that's something that we need to talk about. And we also need to talk, this idea of capitalism and structures in the world is also another thing. The big things.
But how optimistic are you? Because it's so big, maybe also to you, Nina. You talked about intrapersonal, interpersonal, and then institutional ways where classism is really coming into play. And when we say we want to use art as a means to at least do something about it, you're nodding like this? Yeah, good luck.
So your question is, what should art tackle?
I would be interested to hear you, because you analyze kind of the problem. And Daniel said, I found that very interesting, that art or theater is a space where you can declass yourself if you want, because of the openness you can bring. Do you share this view?
Well, of course I would say it's one way or one space where people can do this if they like. Something I was thinking of, which is now switching to a different topic, but still linked to your question, because you said what should we tackle, or where can we work, or what to focus on, maybe bigger pictures. One thing in art which is very relevant, of course, is money. And we could, so it's really not an aesthetic question, but more going in a broader picture and say, okay, there is maybe not enough money for art, people are struggling in certain routines, in certain procedures, so there must be a lack of money. And how can we get more money, for example, is tax justice. So working on tax justice so that people cannot avoid paying taxes, especially very, very wealthy people. So working on tax avoidance could be one thing. And then I also see a link between climate and class, climate and classism. When we look at the people who are suffering most by the climate crisis, are the people in the so-called global south, which are very, very poor, living in very, very rural regions. So working on this topic might also pay in the bigger pot, which can lead to class justice. And using artistic means, artistic approaches, working on it. Either it could be in a theater, it could be outside with subversive campaigns or actions. So I think, yeah, there are plenty of ways approaching topics which are somehow linked to classism.
What I find so interesting is that you also have a background in theater, actually. I forgot to mention it, and you also forgot to mention it because you said you were on construction sites and did this, but you were somehow in theater. And
yes.
Also in Rhiannon's talk, we also heard, well, there are people who try to enter this kind of world, and they just stay close to it, but never inside of it. Was this also something that went on with you, or what would have kept you more inside?
The question is, one question before is what brought me into theater. And it was, for example, one very, very engaged teacher in school who just, he was doing school in a total different way. It was not, okay, you have to learn this text, you have to do this, but he was posing a question and he said, okay, now you have half an hour time, work on it, and then you come back and present it. And so this was one moment where we started thinking and performing, and I was very afraid doing one idea, and he just said, Nenad, just do it. You can do it, just do it. So this was one moment where really, the first time I performed something before a bigger group of 20 classmates and him. So, and then it went on to do political actions within school, but also outside school. At that time there was the Iraq war, so we did something against the Iraq war, protest demonstration with my class in the small town I was living. And then, because of this experience, I switched to, or there were certain subjects in school I wasn't good at. So I had plenty of time observing the teachers. And maybe some of you know it, what I'm talking about. So I observed one specific teacher, and he was very, when it comes to aesthetic expression, it was very interesting because yeah, he had a lot of expressions, and so in the breaks, I was making fun of him or trying to imitate him. And then one person said, we have one theater group, maybe you would like to join the theater group. I said, no, I cannot learn text and theater. I've never been to the theater before. Also in the small town where I was living, we don't have theater. Sometimes there are theater groups coming in, and so they said, okay, you don't have to do the text, just take the role of this teacher. You are imitating and bring it into the piece. And I said, okay, I can do this. And because of this experience, I started to study or to look for studies which are related to theater. And then I saw, okay, there is acting, there is directing, but I didn't know that there were certain schools for doing this, and I didn't felt empowered enough to say, okay, I'm going for artist or actor, for example. So I started studying theater science, and then I had really a cultural shock because I knew the language. I was quite good at school, and I thought, what is it that I'm now in academia and I feel like I'm totally stupid? I don't know anything. So we're talking about the social codes and the way people were expressing or talking, and I thought like, wow, I really have to look up so many words they're using because I just not familiar with these words. And then I started to see if I can go deeper into theater, and I've done internships which were not paid or very, very little paid, and but I didn't know how really to navigate within this sphere. So what are the important people to talk to? How do you talk to them? How do you apply? Or do you apply? Because a lot of jobs you don't even apply, really. You just have to notice people, and you have to be there in a certain moment, in a certain place, and then you get the offer. So, but I wasn't in this place because I was working with underprivileged students, for example, because I needed to be paid in order to be able to pay my rent. And then I applied for some jobs in the theater world. And then this was by the end of my studies. And I thought like, okay, now I'm more or less qualified to do it. And then they said, okay, you can have, and I moved from Munich to Berlin because I wanted to do, at that time, for the people in the German context, Ballhaus Nauninstraße was a very, very important theater for me because I haven't seen theater like this anywhere. In Munich, not so much. And then there was the Gorki Theater, and I really wanted to go and to work in the Gorki Theater. And so I applied, and because there was a director from former Yugoslavia, and I was born in Yugoslavia at that time, I really wanted to do a play with him because we talked and we had a good connection, and I thought, okay, maybe when he's visiting for a play, I can do it. And then they offered me this role, or the guy who was interviewing me, I think he was younger than me, and he basically said, yeah, you can make coffee, you can prepare some breads, and I thought like, okay, but this is not really I was looking for. I really wanted to do the artistic work with the group and the ensemble, and I think in the end they choose someone else. I don't know who, but I also said, okay, I'm not going to be paid for this, and I'm spending plenty of time in rehearsals. I want to learn something, but they couldn't, or at least this guy I was talking to, he couldn't offer me learning and developing in this sphere, but it was more like, okay, you do this, and you have to be flexible when it comes to time. And I said, yeah, but I have different jobs. I need to arrange job, studying, and so, but yeah, this is one experience of my ways to try to navigate within this theater context.
And I think it's such a classic example, but it's the ones that we don't speak about, because these people at some point, they just disappear from these spheres instead of staying in, and then we have these few people who made it, and then they tell their great stories about, it was rough, but I made it.
May I just add one sentence?
Yes, please.
And sometimes, because at that time I really desperately wanted to go into theater. And when you think of theater, of course you think of the big leaders of the theater. In German, Intendanz. I don't know the English word. And then starting to work as a consultant on diversity, since theater in Germany understood that they have to do something about this topic, it was really, in a sense, satisfying to me that at this point I started to shake hands with so many theater directors and leaders, but not in a way like I thought I'm going to go, but in a total different way. So, yeah, this is something I'm sometimes smiling about.
Yeah. Daniel, you are more far inside, if not even a quite well-known figure in the theater world. What can you do if you're already inside? Is there ways to pull people in, not just on the stage, but really in this whole background that we're also talking about when we talk about artistic work? Because it is tough to be in it when you just can be part of it when you do unpaid internships or do these other small roles, and that for a long while. So how can people who are already in it do something?
It's a very good question, and I would really like to know more about this, because it's honestly speaking, when it's about inviting people to participate, it's you spoke about trust at some point. It's sort of always people out of a certain range who hear this. So it's the question: how do you formulate invitations, and how do you speak? How open are you? Because normally when you invite people to do something, you know what they should contribute. That means there's kind of a prefiguration already of how you should be, and also what you have done before, so that you can fulfill this in a certain amount of, suddenly it's also about time. So I think there's a lot to learn and to ask, instead of me saying how it works. I really must say that that it's really limited, the corridor into projects. And we very often are also astonished how this happened again and how this happened again. That it's just people that are just like that. And again, it's rather us than others that are functioning that way. And yeah, I hope we can learn more.
Yeah,
open
I hope so too, because because yeah, it is also one of the core issues when those inside are somehow aware of it, and then the others are like, how do I get in? But then there's this huge gap in between, right? And for your work, at least, I understand that you are already where the people are, so it's just a different setting, kind of.
May I add something?
Please.
I think it's about like bigger organizations and institutions urgently responding to the needs of the people. Like I think that's what it's about, because actually in the UK I think it's like something shit like 14% of people are working class that work in the arts. And these are the people telling the stories about the people. Like it's really fucked up when you start to like unpack it all. And it's like actually as theatre companies, as institutions, how are we responding to the need, the urgency of the need for people to enjoy culture, to own culture, to make culture, to receive it? Like we all need to be asking ourselves those questions all the time and really thinking about, like for example, in the UK, like lots of kind of experimental theatre universities have been shut down. They don't exist anymore. Like in some schools in England, they don't even teach drama or music. So how do we as artists then respond to our communities? Do we then teach our practice? Like, because I'm a firm believer in art and culture happens anywhere. It's not, regardless of money, it's existing. We know that, it exists everywhere. So it's like, how do we share what resources we have, what skills we have, and really encourage people to, to be able to do the things that we love so much, because people love theatre and art and culture, of course they do. So yeah, I think it's a huge responsibility and one that shouldn't be taken lightly.
Yes. Last question before we can do a small round with the audience also, just to sum it up. Let's imagine we have a world, the institutions are open to all sorts of people, not just on stage, but also in the background to do the artistic work. And then we are able to tell certain stories. But what I wonder is, because in the post-colonial theory, there's this question of, can the subaltern speak? Can even the people who were, who speak from a very unprivileged point of view, they are not the people who work in theater anymore. Because once we go through the institutions, somehow we make it, somehow we become theater directors, or somehow we made it until a play and or become actors. Is it then even still authentic, or do we want to be authentic, or what is it that we are striving for in the end? Like, what is the project? What is the outcome that we want? Maybe any of you would. Because I was also seeing Die große Klassenrevue, and somehow I loved it and I hated it at the same time. First of all, I'm not a big musical fan, but then everything rhymed. And I thought, okay, rhyming is a very accessible form of communication, I guess, and this pop music too, but part of me was suffering, the snob in me, even though I did not grow up snobbish at all. But then I thought, yeah, is that authentic, or is it already, I don't know, trying to copy something that's not even there? Maybe you also want, because you reacted strongly to it.
Well, maybe the most authentic was that there is this bar in the How, which is really, at the moment, it's an unfortunate situation because they don't even make coffee, and they you can't buy water. It's actually only cocktails, and they have this dark light sort of look, and so we rediscovered another place after that show, which is the Frog, the Frosch, and the authentic thing was that we all got drunk there, and we danced with like till 4 with the guys who go to this frog bar, and Christiane was also there, and the singers were also there, and it was absolutely clear none of us would buy a cocktail in this theater cafe around the corner. So that was perhaps that rhymed to the evening. And I want to just throw in one thing and then keep the name or not. I found there's a podcast called Dissens, which I listen to, and there was this former head of the Frankfurter Schule, Klaus Honnef. He's a philosopher, and what he was writing just in a book he just published, I found very encouraging because he says there's something also wrong, not only with narratives like reunification. There's also something really wrong if we say that we have a democracy in that sense, that democracy in essence means participation, and participation needs to be possible for everybody, and so that it is possible before you participate in a cultural or in a political process, you need to have time. You need to have time to sleep. You need to have time for self-care. You need to have time for all those things that you like. And then you need to have the energy to say, hey, I'm caring about something else. And that would then be participation in the democratic so-called process. So ask yourself, who of us has that time? And we are really privileged, but this time factor is actually really a political lack, because we don't provide those people, each other, with the time that we need before we become Democrats. And that accounts, of course, for all those people that now shorten the time for us by offering that they bring the food on the bike and blah, blah, blah. All those post-democratic jobs that are service jobs in order to cut the time and so on.
Yes, I do agree.
Klaus Honnef, it's a very interesting book.
Right. We don't just need material wealth, but also time wealth. I would love to have more time wealth. Thank you all so much. I see time was running. Maybe if you have 5 more minutes or 2, you can share a thought. We have a microphone that can go around if Paul is still there. So let's take the hands that are there and then we finish it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you very much for these beautiful thoughts. I would like to add a thought on the institutional level or on the structural level that came to me, that I think we have to think about. There is a constructed binarity in the German context, which is this division between so-called sociocultural work and artistic work. And there is a huge knowledge and experience made years now, really years now, by people who set up interdisciplinary teams between street workers, Sportvereine. Es ist absichtlich, das Wort Sportvereine zu nehmen. Social workers, community workers, neighborhood houses, Jugendzentren, youth centers, and so on, and artists with a certain sensibility and sensitivity, and also people who call themselves theater educators or VermittlerInnen, mediators, art mediators, and there is this huge, huge experience and knowledge, and I think we have now not to be as ignorant, and I'm quite astonished and very thankful to the colleagues from UK, and it is a very German thing that we have to invite people from the UK to bring the words community center and social work inside, although we do it also and we have the knowledge, but there is a kind of a German ignorance or this constructive division, and it's also made out of Förderstrukturen, so there are very different, so I think there is a really need to call out for flexible, more flexible funding structures that support such interdisciplinary work and transfer of knowledge and experience. And there is also a lot of work which is done in these in-between gaps, because, for example, I really liked what you said, Nenad. I asked myself, who was this person who asked you to go to the theater group? These are these people who are so important in between, and often they have also these professions that do exactly this. This is their job. Yeah, so this is one thought I really, really wanted to share. And another thought is we have to talk about Produktionsmittel, so the sharing of resources. So to say, how much percentage of a budget of an institution goes to project like this? How much rehearsal time? How much technique? How much space? How much press work? How much? So, and then we can start talking really seriously, because I don't know the word Ausgleichsmaßnahmen. I mean, if there is so much exclusion systematically being made for years and years and years and years, you have to have Ausgleichsmaßnahmen, which are really serious taken, and there is like so much experience in how to do such things. Yes, thank you very much.
Here was another hand, but I remember in this corner. Okay.
Ja, zu dir wollte ich noch mal was fragen. Mir ist aufgefallen, du hast eine bestimmte Personengruppe beim Klassismus nicht benannt, und das ist Menschen mit Behinderung, also betreutes Wohnen zum Beispiel, Menschen, die in Wohnungen wohnen, die betreutes Wohnen brauchen, und auch keine Förderschulen benannt. Gibt es einen bestimmten Grund zu, oder wurden die jetzt vergessen?
So I wanted to ask about the group of discriminated people who live in... So yes, it's true. I missed a couple of people. And that just has to do with time limitations. But thank you so much for adding. That's great.
Hello, my name is Claudia Schmidt.
Hi, my name is Claudia Schmidt. I'd like to add to what was already said. I think it's a very important thing. I work and decisively, so I decided to work at schools for children with specific needs. I am a pedagogue, theater pedagogue. I don't like to call myself that because I think it's a complex term and I think things are difficult. But in terms of artists, when it comes to artists, that's where they are supposed to be. Not so much people who are not qualified to deal with young people. I think amateurs have to be handled, so laymen and women, laypersons need to be handled in a different way. So I want to refer to this sentence, who comes to the theater or who acts within the theater. So it's not only the audience, it's about integrating people. I think when it comes to young people, especially, I think we need to do more art with them because that will lower the barrier. This might not be PC to phrase it as such, but what about the underdogs? What about people who don't have access, who lack access to many things? So the question is not so much how do I get them on stage, it's really more about how do I get them into a situation where they can act. Audiences doesn't matter, but it's really more about reflecting on this, on looking at, focusing on the people who are actually relevant and involved. So I'd like to speak to the back to the first woman who just spoke from the audience. There's a difference in Germany in terms of funding structure, and I think funding structure in Germany is complex and complicated and difficult. So I, for a very long time, had the feeling I had to rectify to justify that I was earning my money this way. That I had to sell myself in a different way had I been working with professionals. Now I decided for myself to do both. And I think that's a very specific thing that you will probably only find in Germany. This differentiation between art on the one hand and transmitting art. So two short questions, one to Daniel Wetzel. I'd like to know, when it comes to your play, 100%, how much money did they receive? Did you pay them? That's an excellent question. Yes, that's the crux of the matter, indeed. When we did it for the first time in Berlin, everyone received 400 euros plus travel expenses, and there was food provided at every rehearsal. And of course, all of this was very important. But if you invite 100 people, you have to find the money, money to pay for it plus VAT. Now let's turn to the US. Would you like me to answer in German or in English? Because you ask in German, I will reply in German. So in the US, there aren't that many funding structure, so you depend on donations, and that has to do with the tax scheme. So they received $250 for 2 rehearsals and 2 shows. And it was a large area, and they had to travel for half an hour and there's no public transport. So that's really a different setting. It also was a rural area, but just imagine it's really a completely, entirely different context. So secretly, we gave them more money and said, well, I'll give you more if you participate. Because when it comes to the play, 100%, if you ask, okay, are you here because of the money? And then you have 10 people who say, well, that's me. 10 people say, I only do it for the money. Then I get it. The way we speak to each other now, that is the sound of our bubble. And on Monday, we will no longer think about it because it has to do with money. You need the money now, and you can't wait until some board of trustee decided to give you a grant or fund your project or something like that. Thank you so much. Second question. From my very own observation, or rather from my very own experience, I'd like to speak about a problem. When it comes to theater, it's very difficult to construct it in a way that it can be viewed free of charge, so that audiences have access free of charge. Because the way our theater is structured has to do a lot with the ticket price. And the moment you stop asking for money, people don't come, because it doesn't matter if you show up or not, because you don't have anything to lose. So maybe this question is, well, it's to all of you, but also to Nenad. What is your recommendation to oppose this? If you want to include all parts of society, and it has to be free of charge, how do you deal with that? I would also like to answer and just stop being a host for a second. When it comes to my talk round, I also wanted this to be very affordable. Students had to pay €3 and then now €9. But if you want to go to the theater, a ticket will cost you €40. But in my case, it's also sold out, but 1/3 of the people don't show. So we thought, should we make it more expensive? But I see this from a different perspective. For me, it's a statement. If people are not interested, and if they estimate the value of my show according to the ticket price, then maybe I don't want them in my audience. But if it will allow people to come, maybe they don't show up for the first time, but they might come back. So I think it's good on the long run. One counter question, if you'll allow. It's a stupid thought maybe, but the stupid thoughts are sometimes not that stupid after all. What about paying your audience? Could you pay me €5 if I attend your show? And that's not a bad idea at all, because that would then be open participation. You speak to people on the show, and if you ask, on the street, if you ask them, why don't you come? Well, it costs €20. I'm used to H&M and Netflix, and then if I tell them, well, I'll give you €20, come listen, then maybe they might suddenly be interested. I like your thought, indeed. Great idea. We'd like to come to a close now. This was a very great thought to end this panel discussion with. Thank you so much for being here. Apologies for starting late, for ending late. Thank you so much to everyone involved, to you, the panelists, to technicians, to interpreters, and of course you, the audience. Thank you.
Ich würde sagen, wir fangen langsam an.
I would say let's get started.
Willkommen zu diesem
A
Panel. Mein
warm
Name ist Silvia
welcome
Werner. Ich leite
to
den
this
Festival
panel. My name is Silvia Werner. I am in
dieses
charge of the
Panel
Festival
findet in
Association,
Kooperation
and this
Festival
panel is
Friends
taking
mit dem
place with
Fonds
cooperation
Darstellende
Festival and
Künste
Friends with the
worüber
Fonds
ich mich sehr
Darstellende
freue,
Künste,
gerade bei
a
so
fact
einem
which I am
leider wieder
extremely
sehr
happy
virulenten
about,
Thema, zusammen mit den
because
KollegInnen
this is a very
entsprechende
topical
Strategien,
issue which we
Erfahrungen auszutauschen und Strategien besprechen zu können.
which empower us
Wir
to exchange
starten
various
gleich
ideas.
mit,
In a little moment, we will
zwei
get started
Impulsvorträgen.
with two
Vorher möchte ich
keynotes,
mich aber
but before
schon
we
mal
do
ganz
that,
herzlich bei Anne Schneider
I
bedanken,
would like
die
to say a
gleich die
big thank you
Moderation
to
des
Anne
gesamten
Schneider,
Panels
who will
übernehmen
take
wird.
on the facilitation of this
Sie
workshop.
habt sie wahrscheinlich als
You
Kuratorin
will probably
des
have met her
Wahlkomitees
as
erlebt.
the
Festival
member of
Friends-seitig
the
ist Anne
Board
für
of
uns
Trustee.
viel mehr als das. Sie
And
hat nämlich den Verbund
on the
ursprünglich
side of the
mitgegründet.
festival, it's all very much
Umso
more
schöner ist
than
es
this.
für
We
uns als
have
Verbund, sie heute als Moderatorin
initiated
nochmal
this
dabei zu
association,
haben
and we
und
wanted
gerade
to
bei
have
dem
her on
wichtigen
board in
Thema auch
particular,
nochmal als
because this is a
Mitgestalterin auf
very
der Bühne zu
important
haben.
topic, and we wanted to have her as a co-coordinator on stage. I will now pass the floor to the first keynote speakers, the artistic direction of Motus, followed by Italy, followed by Gin Müller from Vienna. Enjoy.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. Okay, we start, and we try with our broken Italian English, but I hope that you can follow us. And okay, we are two of us, as always, and we start talking about the changes of the working condition for an old, like us, independent company in the past 30 years. Don't worry, we will be short, but in relation to the transformation of political landscape in Italy facing the far-right government we have now, and this is the very painful point. Just a few words about us. We found our company without masters or school in a no man's land during a university occupation at the beginning of the 90s. Doesn't work. Sorry. At the beginning of the 90s. We choose motus, that is a Latin word, and meaning movement, transformation, physical motion, but also motion of thought. And the idea of movement involves all aspects of our artistic actions. To seek different expressive format from the nomadic dimension that our projects have taken on from time to time. We meet each other first time in a Judith Malina and Living Theater workshop at the end of the 80s. And the American Arctic Company signed forever our idea of mixing life and politics. I studied sociology and economy, therefore we don't have any academic background. But we decided to begin an independent artistic adventure far away from the great production center in Italy that promulgated theater, but at the same time regulated it, and unfortunately put the brakes on. And now we are both here. Twofold presences has always been at the heart of Motus, not the director, but two glances, voices, bodies. There are a constant dialogue between us and the collective of actors, actresses, and staff of technicians in an absolutely horizontal way. And I would add with joy. Gilles Deleuze defines joy, a sort of trampoline that helps us through something that we may never have overcome.
Okay, back to our country. Italy has always been a place of strong political turmoil. Just think about our 70s, I think it's the same German. From that context, but already in an environment infested by the spread of state-sponsored heroin that destroyed the 70s movements, many spaces open up in different cities, both big and small. The 80s and 90s, like I guess year two, have seen the proliferation of a network of self-managed occupied spaces that were very interconnected. They started to focus not only on the usual music activities and political activism, but also on performances. These spaces became our training ground, and the only places that welcome us and allowed us to network with other independent emerging realities. We work unpaid, self-financing ourselves with temporary jobs, a flourishing DIY precariousness, facilitated by the fact of gentrification, of course, began later. With the furious rise of rents and prices that we know very well, that maybe destroy or cause a collapse of many generations after ours, right, as rightly highlighted by Mark Fisher in Capitalist Realism. We can say a little nostalgically, yes, that we lived in a truly flourishing period, especially not plagued by today's aggressive individualism and neoliberalism. We organized festivals, political actions, and site-specific events in many abandoned industrial spaces. Yes, the industrial archaeologist was our refuge. All of this lasted for about 10 years. We survived without any public funding, but by moving within this underground network. However, journalists start to discover us, even foreign curators began to recognize us as a part of new emerging wave in Italy.
Only in 2000 we received our first public funding and entered in the Kafkaesque mechanism of the Italian state in the section dedicated to independent production company that is part of the so-called research theater. In the early 80s, Italy legislatively imposed this fateful division that paralyzed the system. The separation between traditional theater, which receive the majority of resources, and the research theater, so-called research theater, which has always received only small crumbs of limited opportunities for circulation, mainly through festivals or independent organizations. Many of the companies that start with us in the 90s found a way to manage small public spaces to survive, creating an underbrush of spaces for residencies, small festivals, all with limited public funding, but something that make the Italian panorama quite unique, I think. Back in the early 2000s, there was an organization like ATI, that promoted the Italian theater abroad, similar to the Goethe Institute. And I remember we have been here in Junge Hunde with the support of this organization, but the Berlusconi government abolished it. And now Italian companies have no support for international touring. And this was the beginning of our cultural collapse, which however also contributed by the center-left governments preceding the current fascist regime. So job insecurity persists. Although we have a staff of 4 people with us, Enrico and I, we share the same monthly salary with our staff, and the actor and technician are paid per day, presumably much lower rates than those in Northern Europe. Despite the struggles, this government now rejected the recent proposal to preserve a minimum wage, and we are still in the free market of the exploitation. And this is already a sign of this new far-right legislature, which is cutting funding for the healthcare system, that was one of the few things that work in Italy, pushing for privatization. They've also cut the funds for school and university and rejected proposal to facilitate affordable housing for students, crushed by the wide Airbnb of historic cities that are also home for the most important universities. They push for widespread building amnesties, liberalizing the disastrous coastal deforestation and cement, not to mention the new racial law aimed to restricting the flow of migrants, with the restatement of CPR through detention centers or lager for asylum seekers. I can't go inside this, it will take the whole day, the question of migration and racism in Italy, but to describe the horror of this fascist positioning of the Prime Minister and her peers regarding the new arrivals, some of whom have openly spoken about the defense of the Italian race. And this is really terrible, I think, to speak about Italian race. In this moment, Italians are a population mixed, and they are really trying to put us in connection with blood and nation, protect blood and nation.
In terms of cultural context, one of the worrying things about this government, unlike Berlusconi's, which was only interested in defending his economic privileges and properties, the new parties, Fratelli d'Italia and Lega, aim to take control of the cultural context. This is the right. They have already replaced all the leading figures on public television, excluding those with more leftist ideas. They are also trying to infiltrate their affiliates to the management of major museums and the national theaters. I just one thing, it was almost comical to see their attempt to remove the Egyptian museum director in Turin because he had launched a campaign in Arabic to attract new citizens to the museum, accusing him of discriminating against Italians. It's true.
It's true.
Of course.
Is private, so
yeah.
You can't.
In the theater world, there are very alarming signs regarding content control. For instance, the Lazio region president, which has shifted to the far right, has instructed the public theaters and festival directors not to program shows that touch on the topics of gender and migrants.
It was the directress of the short theater that told us. It's happened just a few months ago. And there is another frontal attack on the trans-feminist movements that is very, very active in Italy. But the rhetoric of the heteronormative natural family and the denial of rainbow family are other cornerstones of this government's policies. There has always been a strong anti-abortion and pro-family front in our country, given our Catholic origins, but now it's becoming delirious. They have just signed a law that does not recognize the second parent for children born abroad, because in Italy it's prohibited, to same-sex couple through surrogacy. And on the law side, regarding the cultural system, they are trying to impose forced commercialization. The more you produce, the more tickets you sell, more money you can have. Contemporary theater, our field, is considered a burden, something not to be supported. We are forced to perform a very high number of shows to maintain the public funding, realize a new production every year, and all of this push to turn your work in something increasingly commercial and oppressive. There is no time for researching or training. We are treated as shows production machines. Everything is transformed into numbers calculated by algorithm. At the moment, they have not made any act yet, but we heard rumors that they intend to modify the current theater law and carry the Italian system closer to the US one, where theater is supported only by private foundations. And in a country like Italy, it's a madness, because there is not a tradition of private or foundation. And now, what we are trying to do now, we are trying to organize with independent Italian companies like us to face this and prepare protests and proposal actions. However, if the theater system now is so impoverished and fragmented that it's very difficult to create a common front. But we are working on this platform that we call Smell the Flowers While You Can, a quote for David Wojnarowicz, the poet, that we launch at Supernova, the new independent festival we founded last spring in Rimini, in our town. And go on.
And this truly chilling panorama, we are trying to explore the difficulties, the difficulties faced by independent companies in dance and theater fields. I'm talking about realities like ours that deal with both artistic productions and curatorial practices, with an idea of expanding the debate involving new generations, which today in Italy are more fragmented and more self-centrated, if I can say, and involve the first Afro-descending artists who are struggling to find space for expression now in Italy, where migration is much more recent than all the Northern European countries, and also the super slow integration process is even more challenging today with this fascist prime minister. First and foremost, we are developing a collective reflection on the concept of independence, like linked to the idea of places or temporary safe zones, even in public theaters, as we did in Supernova, inviting the whole municipal theater in Rimini, in order to keep thinking about independence and creating new forms of independence. A multiplication of places is needed. In the last years, many independent spaces have been closed, and the reduction of places has corresponded to a strong concentration of power and a consequent reduction of autonomy. But it's crucial to constantly question what institutions are. Are we independent from what? Institutions are not always the same. They require constant renegotiation.
Independence also means asserting that making art is about dealing with reality. There is no independence without relationships, without building alternative systems. We are trying to interweaving activities between institutional spaces that must be decolonized and independent spaces that in Italy, compared to the other country, are still numerous. They are still surviving. But they are surviving with the meager economic crumbs of the cultural system. And this artist movement, Smell the Flower, are indeed mixed from different positions and ages, and this is a positive thing. The first word to break down is to form a common front despite our differences. Another important issue is where we position ourselves in relationship to the power. In what way interrupt the system that sees the artistic direction of big theaters of some festival carried out by the same curators for decades. And as well, the presence of exclusively male figures in Italy, all the national theaters are run by male over 60. It's not a question of age, but it's a question of gender, super strong. And this is the situation we are facing. And so I have to go on. So we find ourselves in this situation. this hybrid territory both inside and outside the system, facing a truly dark future that is leaning towards fascism and increasingly violence. Look at the growing number of feminicides regarding the private sphere in our country that is growing and growing. And looking at the global panorama where nationalisms are crushing internationalism and any libertarian spark, we cannot mention the genocide in Gaza and support this population here. But as workers in the performing industry, we are joining forces with other issues raised by precarious workers and minorities of other fields. Is the only possibility to be visible and start infesting public moments with our collective presence. We are working on this now. The intention is to give life to a superorganism, a cross-cutting formation that we called cumulonimbus, a kind of cloud that brings tempests, which begins to manifest itself in public spaces. And we are seeking for international alliances. Maybe after we can speak about this. And this is an important platform and opportunity. I think we either act now or we are doomed to extinction. We should not continue to wait passively to protect the small privileges that we have as white, well-known artists, but rather be equipped and prepared to abandon the usual politenesses and raise the volume of this sense. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jen Müller. I'm from Vienna. I will briefly describe myself. I have a height of 166. I'm a trans man. I have short hair, but mostly I'm wearing a cap. I will also talk about the situation in Austria and Vienna today. We've already said that we have kind of a pioneering role in terms of right-wing government. And I will get started in the year 2000. That was more than 20 years ago. There was a right-wing party that participated actively in our government, the so-called FPÖ. I was in my mid-20s back then. And in Austria back then, it was a taboo, and for the breaking the taboos, and it was the first time that I observed there's been a connection within the field of cultural, between activists, between artists. And there have been huge protests in the streets. There were the so-called Thursday demonstrations for more than 2 years. People were demonstrating on the streets. There were sound systems against right-wing movements. There were film festivals, and resistance was part of the title of those festivals. They were throwing cakes at politicians. We had the so-called Schlingsief container. You might have heard of it, and the so-called culture caravan. Jörg Haider was part of the government back then, and he was one of the first right extremist politicians disguised in right-wing populism. He was quite fancy, he was having a cool attitude, and trying to show another face of the right-wing policies. So in the past, there was also hope for change, and the former government, after 4 years, and this is often the case if when right-wing parties are involved in the government, this faction dissolved. So we had an orange and a blue party. Both were right-wing extremists, and they became part of the government later on once again. So now we have already had our second right-wing government. There was the so-called Ibiza video. I don't know if you've heard of it. The vice president was filmed in Ibiza. He wanted to brag in front of a Russian oligarch and told him that he was able to buy the most influential newspapers and influence the country. So the conservative revolutions are backlash against social openness in times of economic crisis. So this means then we end up with hate speeches, hatred against the weaker ones. We have to distinguish between right-wing extremism, neo-Nazism, fascism, the new right. So I would say that at the same time, it's all of them are right-wing and racist and homophobic. Right-wing extremist media work also includes spectacular actions for the media, protection of defense against refugees, and often material is taken over without any comments. The coverage of the media is taken over without any comments. And how do the right-wing populists articulate themselves? It's often a very plumb metaphorical language. So we often have sarcasm combined with hatred. I have come up with the term neo-fascismus, which is not neo-fascism, but also authorities that are oriented towards the right very strongly. Then we have speeches given by the FPÖ and other parties. We have performances with fire and drums, and which has a very mythical appearance. If you take a look at the new video of the FPÖ, so they are standing on the so-called Heldenplatz, where Hitler has given speeches, and they're going through the night, lighting their fires. So the rise of the right-wing extremism is often working due to conservative parties. In Austria, as I said, it's the ÖVP. We had our former president, Sebastian Kurz. And of course, after this Ibiza scandal or other scandals, that's history once again. But 2 movies have come out in September. The project Beihasplatz, where you can see how strategically the ÖVP and Mr. Kurz wanted to take over the government, how he became chancellor, and what he did, what methods he used, what means he used to reach that aim. And then there's Kurz, the movie. It's a biopic, a topic about Sebastian Kurz. So you can see different narratives in the media. but they're investing more money to produce other media narratives. So I see a crucial problem in terms of right and left-wing activism. So right-wing activists or groups are very good at taking on left-wing resistance practices. So they use, I call them recipes of the left-wing parties, and not only in public spaces, but also in the media, to place their narratives. And there you see hate speech versus humor. I only have a few examples regarding the appropriation of left-wing resistance. So they have chartered a boat to defend against refugees, for example. You know that there's sea rescue in the Mediterranean Sea, but at the same time, the defense against refugees by the left-wing extremists. Or here you can see different slogans: "No human is illegal," "Refugees welcome," and the right-wing populists just turned that around completely. So the question is, what can we do against that? I have a recommendation for a book, Julia Ebner, Radikalisierungsmaschinen, Radicalization Machines. She's dealing with the different radicalization measures and means. For example, ancient myth and value tribalism as identity policy with highly modern means against enlightenment. And the right-wing activists act like marketing companies online, and they always have the media attention and are able to given production, a performance. There we have gaming identities, for example. We have images, we have words, terms. To support their actions. I think politics is always a fight for a common stage. Autocracy versus democracy is a question of government worldwide, but at the same time also access for public protest. So the autocratic system will minimize public protest. Theater is not an exception, of course. I would like to quote to create dissent, to open up perception spaces, activism, performance, theater as a type of action laboratories, learning lab, where also the power of acting or the capacity of acting can be tried, and to meet other audiences, to confront them. This also means that we are dealing with the question, how can I act, how can I be active in the political field, in the public space? I think other vulnerabilities have become obvious. And theater can be an active, open practice for situative learning. I have shortly noted down how to be active against right-wing movements, to distance oneself. I've heard many suggestions already. We asked the question about audiences. Where do the fights take place? Fight against right-wing extremism, mostly in the streets. I was asking myself if there's some kind of anti-fascist theater. We have to open up discussion spaces, intersectional theater work to raise visibility and also solidarity. And I think theater, performance, activism, working with your body on site, trying a lot of things is possible through these means and being able to have dialogues. I wanted to give you some more examples about toxic masculinity, hate speech, against humor. I want to refer to some groups that are active in Austria and in Vienna against right-wing movements. We have the fraternity Hysteria against right-wing fraternities. They raise visibility. Here you can see a few pictures. Or in times of queer feminism, basically shows what right-wing politics is stands for. Here we had the queer Vienna copulation ring ball. And we had a second room right next to the official ball in the Vienna Hofburg. Then we also have the PPÖ, the pervert home party of Austria. You can see the traditional clothes, which are more and more in vogue. I think we also need the other direction. There was the last election in Vienna, the Sodom Vienna, to make Vienna a great pleasure hole. And home is death, and my ass is openly red. So here you can see all the red activists who have walked through the city and declared Antifa, gender craziness and pervert movements. So my last example is also a very important fight in Vienna. It's the monument of an anti-Semitic mayor, which Hitler admired, and several groups have tried to erase this monument, and they had wrote shame on it. And the next day, those writings were removed. Other activists replaced them, and it continued. People were standing watch to see what was happening. I just wanted to raise awareness of these actions, and for theater people, activists are often not plump, and for activists, the theater people are too fancy, too spaced up, and so they have to work together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ganz, ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much for these two keynote speeches and the very detailed insights into the working practices. I would like to continue right there. I just want to give a short remark. If you need translation, please take one of the headphones. Thank you, Sylvia, for the announcement and the presentation. I was wondering whether I should do it or if I managed to do it. But it's hard for me to say no. And when talking about such a topic, it's even harder for me. But we talked about this yesterday already. I think we are all shocked about this public debate in Germany at the moment and how many topics are lacking if we see the results of the elections. In the past, they were not discussed in public, which is shocking as well. You have to take a deep breath and how poisoned this open discourse actually is. So in the pre-talks, I was looking forward to the talk today. As Jen Müller just said, I think it's very encouraging to hear that. To talk to people like you, to exchange views, to hear other strategies. So maybe just a few words about me. I'm a white woman with a height of 1.72 meters. I have medium dark brown hair, and I would like to present my guests who are sitting here with me. So on the right, we see Annika Happig. She's an actress, culture manager, and an activist. She was a part of the foundation of the Young Ensemble Network. She's active in the Theater Association in Thuringia and Erfurt and the initiative Living Better Without Nazis. She has been leading the Theater Phoenix in Erfurt, and the years after the fall of the Berlin Wall have characterized me and influenced me. What this means we'll hear later on. Next to Annika, there's Frauke Wetzel. She's leading the Festival of the Rahmen in Chemnitz, working for the Festival Politik in Freien Theater, and she's consulting different theaters and working for the association ASA-FF, Undiscovered Narrative. She will talk about that later on. She brings together science, society, and culture, and she stands up for democracy. She won different prizes, latest from DFB, but she says, I'm always the bad woman. What that means, we will hear later on. Next to me is Hamid Moseni. He's been an advisor since 2017. He's advising people in terms of anti-racism. He's dealing with culture fights against right-wing movements. He has written several texts, and he says in Berlin, we have a bit of everything. And of course, we will talk about that later. Very happy that you're here. To my left, there's Steffen Kleber. I think most of you know him. He's a project leader at the Fonds Darstellende Künste, Performing Arts. He's also an actor and producer. And today he will share his experiences with us from his point of view, also from the reflection of the artist labs. Then we have Marie-Therese Jesse. She's alone today because Jenna is unfortunately ill today. She's from the Free Collective Chicks. They have queer feminist activists and experts. They question constructs of genders, sexuality, and other topics, as well as utopian meetings. They have workshops and seminars, as well as sexual education in this field.
Annika. In the preparation to this, you said you cannot really talk about the federal state that you work in. You live in Berlin, but you work in Thuringia, and you said it was a conscientious decision to go back so that you do not leave the open field to the right-wing movement. What does that mean in specific terms for your professional environment? So we dedicate a little bit of time for the working practice, and then we talk about strategies later on. So my name is Annika Happich. I'm white. I have long brown hair, and today I'm wearing black trousers, and I am perceived as a woman. Thank you very much for the invitation. I wanted to be really transparent. I took a long time to decide to be here because my question is, who do I want and who can I represent? I would like to give you a little bit of a context so that you understand what the perspective is from which I speak. I was born in 1989 in a place called Klein Oschersleben in the east of Germany, where I also grew up. And meanwhile, I live in Berlin, but I work as an artist exclusively and very actively in Thuringia. And Thuringia is a place that is very much affected by a flux and outflow of people living there. And the question is, do we have performing arts? Apart from the question, of course, that we require funding and support architecture, and we have a very strong right-wing support of the right-wing party called AfD. So all in all, it's been extremely difficult for me to decide to be active in this panel, but I cooperate very much with political activists, and I was demanded by the management to attend here. So you asked me what this means in specific terms for my professional environment. I would like to react to that briefly. Well, for 3 years I have worked in Thuringia now, and when we had the election in a place in Thuringia called Sonneberg, and together with my colleagues working in Thuringia, who are not only artists, we quickly had the impression that we, as people from East Germany, were labeled as right-wing people. It was extremely, extremely painful. It was painful to see this in the media. It was very painful in the posts on Instagram. Very many colleagues posted on Instagram, and I understand this to have happened from a way of actionism. Now we have to get together because the regional officer has to be had been elected. We must provide information. We must stand up and inform about what right-wing movements is yielding. There were people who, just like me, live in Berlin, and we live in a bubble that is really very cozy. And I'm talking about social workers. I'm talking about the initiative of mobile consulting that are active against right-wing extremism. People who manage quarters, people who provide cultural work in the rural areas, who work in the field of sports, all they felt very much vulnerable and attacked. And I said, if you are serious about this, and I'm addressing you here in the audience, if you are serious about supporting us, then We should rather address those people who are active in this world, who are in the front row, because that's not me. I create festivals, I work in the management, but I'm not the one who is exposed, who is in the front row of things. And so far, I have been physically intact and not been attacked. I want to raise your sense of awareness of the fact that very many people are performing excellent work, and the question is, how can they be performed without being labeled as an alien? And without saying, I know the ropes now and I can help you. I would like to warn against this, because it is extremely important that we don't play off one another. So it's not like being sports commentators. I know that is not the intention. I am assuming that everybody has a good intention. But if we read these poems and if we play sports against culture, then that is not the right approach. The spaces are limited. And in specific terms, I'm sorry, I know I am asked to be specific and concrete, and I'm doing my best. But what am I doing? I work together with these initiatives, and they asked me to defend their cause here. We cooperate with social workers, with quarter managers, with MOBID, with the Mobile Consulting Office, with Network Democracy and Courage, just to mention a few examples. That is our specific work, and it's about sharing, caring, cooperation. We call this radical co-creation and cooperation, and it's not about playing one another off. And at this juncture, I would like to raise your awareness on this topic. Thank you. Frauke, I have heard very many buzzwords that you can link up to arts and sports and being on site. I just mentioned it. The last award that you won was in a football concert, but tell us a little bit about your professional environment and give us some information about what you mean when you say, I'm always the bad girl. Thank you very much. Well, I'll link up to the topic of football very quickly. I think that this is my first practice that I would like to share with you. Apply for awards. That gives you visibility, that gives you attention, that gives you money, and that you don't have to deduct this from your taxes. It is wonderful. It just goes straight into your account, and that shows the level of activism that you just showed from Austria. I also receive money from the German Football Association. Well, and my practice is in Chemnitz, and it means to be on site, which means we have new undiscovered narratives, which is our initiative, which we want to tell the better stories than the right-wing parties. We don't provide counter narratives, but we cooperate with those who would like to work together with us, who we go to, logically, otherwise this wouldn't work out. And we always try to relate with them, to create networks, to have the cultural part, civilization, and the civil society, institutions, and they need to be translated and brought into a context of exchange. This is something that we are strong in doing, and we want to tell those stories behind those people who have not taken to the streets yet. Like on Mondays, we have the support by a group called Identitären, and we also have funding. We can meet these people on Mondays. That's not necessarily a group that we cooperate extremely closely with, but I cooperate with those people who think who we should elect in the next political elections. So it is very relevant what we do right now in Saxony and not what happens after an election. That is something that I'm trying to share with the audience, and that is what I do in the context of culture and art. And there is also one football project with I would like to continue in working, where we talk about the fan culture in Chemnitz. this is currently gaining national attention because the framework is its program. First, there was a German-wide attendance that we received, and then also at a local level, because we received a lot of support. I don't want to go this to go unmentioned, and I have become used to registering all my activities at the police, and then I also noticed that police also have to do that. That's something that gives my realities straight. I also take an international look that gives us initiation and that gives us ideas. Thank you for that. Hamid, maybe you want to link up to that. What about you registering your events at the police? Maybe you can relate to your very specific situation, what you do as mobile consultants, and how you consult cultural institutions. Yes, I'll gladly do that. Hello, everybody. My name is Hamid. I'm perceived as male. I am 1.85 meters in size. I wear a shirt. I'm wearing a shirt. I have a little bit of a beard, and I wear spectacles. Well, our work, generally speaking, means that we support, consult, and trade and accompany people in Berlin, but also in other German states who deal with right-wing extremism, nationalism, anti-fascism, and neo-Nazism, and who are in favor of the democratic struggle. In Berlin, in the place where we have our workplace, we deal with completely different people. There are individual initiatives, there are civil society initiatives, companies, sports clubs, social workers, schools, and so on and so forth. And one big area which we call arts and culture, would encompass museums, fringe theaters, and other venues. And we have already made 3 publications. This is not the commercial break, but I want to say that these publications show how urgent this topic is. There is a high level of demand from that scene, which in Berlin is, of course, really large, because we work on a demand-oriented basis. So if there is a query, we reply to that, which really shows how this cultural struggle is in the context of right-wing movement. There seems to be a general misunderstanding. Well, arts and culture, or arts in itself, seems to be a niche in some nerds of AfD and who are close to the right-wing movement. No, it's not a niche topic at all. It has become obvious more than 7 years ago. It's really a core issue, an issue of identification for very many, for various right-wing parties that reach far into the civil society. And that is to serve as a general remark. Well, it is also perceived and treated as a bubble, but it also entails the question of cultural identity and independence. So what we do and how we started out in the year 2017 and 2018, well, we do a lot. Because there were a lot of disturbances of, for example, the Identitäre in Berlin, in settings just like this, theater performances or panel discussions. And they absorbed a lot of attention. And they sort of kidnapped, they completely abducted the content of such performances, this identitarian right-wing movement, and they attacked our fringe artists movement and scene in Berlin. So the question was, how can we prepare ourselves against this identitarian movement? So first of all, this meant that we had to be aware of the fact that we might be a target of right-wing extremism. Our event might be interesting for them. It's about a metropolitan spirit, a topic that is also taken up time and again. First of all, it required creating spaces, defining the red lines, supporting controversial debates, as well as practical things. How do we communicate about things? Who is responsible for what? What will we do in a certain scenario? How do we create transparency? How do we remain calm and collected? How do we encounter this attention that this right-wing movement is trying to gain? We wrote some guidelines. We thought, how can we do this afterwards as a consequence? I'm not going into detail here, but those were very specific consulting efforts and activities. There are also parliamentarian queries, threats, attacks, discriminatory remarks also from within the team, questions that repeated themselves, and then finally, and I'll finish after that, the question is, how do we position ourselves as a landscape for arts and culture? In this phase of social polarization, how do we position ourselves and how do we perceive ourselves in the context of the political debate? Thank you very much. There is something that I've forgotten to mention at the beginning, which is that you need to leave on time for the train because we have got of trains that aren't departing from the Hamburg station. So that is perfectly okay if you leave on time. Stefan, let's talk with you. In the ramp-up to this event, you said we have to encounter very strongly to the right-wing narrative. Queries have been mentioned. Well, before we talk about the strategies in the next round, can you share with us how the fund is affected by right-wing movement? My name is Stefan Klima. I'm perceived as a man. I'm white. I have brown hair, glasses, blue suit. Before I start out, I would like to thank the previous speakers. I would like to thank Motors and Jane Müller. As a society as such, we talked about tipping points a lot in the past, and we always talk about the climate in this context. Nonetheless, I feel that we are facing various tipping points, and we can see how the other European countries have become more visible with regards to their tipping points. And this is something that I wanted to mention as an image. And I'm not only talking about Italy and Austria, but in Europe, there is also Hungary. We've got some encouraging news from Poland, but we will also see what the cultural struggle from the right meant. And once the power is there, and how brutal it proceeds. How brutally it proceeds. In some parts of Europe, as well as in the United States, in Brazil and in other countries, we could also see similar trends. Therefore, it really makes sense to enter into an exchange because these are not exclusively national strategies, but there is also internationally successful recipes, and in a digital and globally networked world, these approaches, these networks function smoothly. Therefore, they are unfortunately always very successful with these strategies. So thank you very much for your information. As a representative of the Fonds Darstellende Künste, We do not take to the streets. We are not in the front row of the exposure to people who might address us with their open and frank opinions. Rather, we learn about places where right-wing movements attain political power, for example, where they gain a seat in the German parliament. Those are tools of our democracy, which they actively use, and they use these tools to fight their cultural struggle publicly. There is the tool of a small query that can be directed at parties of the German parliament, and then there is the rule and the law to provide an answer. So they would ask, who exactly do you fund financially? This obligation to provide answers is also true for institutions, and that is something that is always tapped. What we encounter more and more is that there are right-wing magazines and other journalistic media. So in other words, right-wing journalism that tries to question democratic processes of decision-making. They try to detect flaws in the system where something might not have been quite fair play, and then they try to attack marginalized groups. And in the performing arts, they enjoy larger spaces than in other areas of the society. So these are some specific examples that we are confronted with in our work. This comes and goes in waves, and we see this in the election forecasts as well as in election results. And we also notice that these waves and movements have professionalized. Marie-Therese, you are sitting here for a specific reason and for a recent event. You were attacked and were subject to hostility from right-wing actors and parties. Maybe you could tell us what happened in the first place, in your own words, please.
My name is Marie-Therese, white, queer, 170. I'm wearing black clothes and a violet-colored blouse or shirt. We are Chicks. We are a queer flinter collective, and we were invited to participate in a festival in Zwickau, and our performance is called Lecken, which translates into lick. We want to have a performative performance for children as of the age of 14. It's about being queer, about sexual education, queer education, oral sex, consensus, queer genitals, and so on and so forth. And pretty soon after the program was published, letters were written to the mayor of Zwickau and the managing director of the theater in Zwickau, because they wanted to know why this performance would be financially funded. And they said that they would be worried about the well-being of the children, and children needed to be protected. There were the Free Saxons in the Telegram groups. Then there is Der Dritte Weg, who wrote a hate speech about us with the headline, "Degenerate art lures actors and actresses." So this is Nazi language. There were the anti-trans and anti-queer comments. Nationalists made an online broadcast about us. All this happened before we wanted to go there. We had serious safety concerns, and of course there were warnings to come to the performance, to ask people. All this also happened on Facebook. There were Facebook's groups that were shared. And unfortunately, that festival lost granted money, and they decided that they would withdraw the invitation that had been extended to us. And that was, of course, interpreted as a success of these anti-movements. And there were 1,600 posts that celebrated that fact and saw this as a success of their cultural struggle and something with which they praised themselves. And now to link up to how you can become active. How did you encounter this? What were your strategies that helped you to deal with this situation? And which strategies would have helped you, would have supported you, unless they weren't available at the time? Well, we were consulted early on. We went to the Cultural Office of Saxony, who consult cultural institutions, because we had ourselves been wondering how we can communicate to the outside world. In this unfortunate situation, we wondered how we could identify these hate posts. And at the same time, there is this precarious structure which we were afraid might destabilize the festival. So we were very concerned in the front and the ramp up to this festival. Therefore, we can ask for consulting. We documented all these hate posts, and the question was, who would perform the documentation? We as the party concerned, or is there an institution who would be in charge of this? Via Instagram and the press, we tried to interpret these posts because it was important for us to understand what was going on, to communicate amongst ourselves, as well as to publish them and to provide support and networking. We had a lot of fruitful, supportive networks in the performing arts, which was extremely important to us. This was a network of people who showed their solidarity, financial support and idealistic support. There was one journalist with whom we were in touch, who knows about a lot about the citizens of the Reich, and in social justice and radical diversity. We knew a lot of these narratives, which was of enormous support. While we were reading this, those are images that keep repeating themselves. They are anti-queer assumptions which serve as a jumping board in order to gather very many people and to maintain and to pretend it's just about the well-being of children. So we were able to make sense of this and to categorize this and to understand the rhetorics behind it. The fact that we were allowed to take breaks and to take good care of ourselves was yet again also very supportive for us.
I can see that you agree. You have talked about very precise measures in the pre-talks. For you personally, how you think about it, where and how you show yourself, and also about protection measures of your festival. Maybe you can explain your strategies. I was very impressed by that because you said, I'm not afraid. How do you do that? I have so much respect for all of you. I have to say that right now, really. And it's not so easy to continue talking. I have followed this story, and it's impressive that you are sitting here and sharing the story, and this is what we need, and it's good that you have a solidarity network. When talking about fear, one of the most important things is to admit that one is afraid. This is what I did when I moved to Erfurt. I said, I was afraid, and this is why I would recommend to you as well, because, of course, I can only talk about myself. You get out of this very shocked attitude, and you can act, you can become active. And what I did before 2022, so we were working in a not so quite remote city theater, and this is where we held this festival. But we understood that this is not enough, that we have to go out to the different quarters, the so-called satellite cities, so a lot of skyscrapers from socially not so beneficial quarters. We have to go to schools, to supermarkets, grocery stores. It is a very special way of life. It's not a very nice old building quarter like Pankow in Berlin. And I have grown up in such a satellite building, so this is why I feel at home there. I spent my childhood there. So I asked my team to go to these quarters because I want us to go out. I want us to go to places where cultural provision is not present, because the people said, you're not coming to us anyway, you don't even care about us at all. And I said, okay, we are going out all the time. We go to public spaces, to the institutions, because I think you all know that in your cultural work, to enter a theater is a very big hurdle. This is nothing we have to talk about explicitly, but we all know that. And here you see that we go into a socio-demographic space that's very homogeneous, and we have people who are single parents, who are homeless, but also older people who lived in the former democratic republic. So this is a very explosive cocktail. This is how social workers describe it as well. So when we go there, we ask them, what do you need? How safe do you feel? What can we do for you? And if they had said no, of course, I wouldn't have gone there, because we have to protect ourselves and protect the team, the people I work with, and the question, how far can I go? And I was very happy that they said, yes, we can go there. But I started Mobit, to cooperate with Mobit, what you do in Berlin. We need consulting, we need to be able to read the codes, who is going to be there, what is the language, the t-shirt language, the tattoo language, the body language. So what I do is I do union work, or this is very important for us in Thuringia, because I don't know if we would be able to implement and realize projects like that. And this is what I do on a federal and also on a municipal level. And this is a very important work, and we cannot underestimate it. We have to deal with it. So what I described earlier on, work with the networks, work with the social workers, go there, and be honest, be faithful. And This is only possible. I can only do this as an artist if I work with the initiatives that are already existing, if I work with the people that are out on the streets, if I listen, and if I prepare where am I even going, and not being prepared to leave right away. So this is what we did: preparation, argumentational strategies, which we offered in our team, and I also invite you to do that. If you have workshops, if you have the capacities, please let others participate. We opened our workshops for cultural initiatives who came and who were thanking us for it. And the initiative Living Better Without Nazis, they asked us, Annika, please, can you go there? And they need arts, they need us. We are there as social workers, we have our cultural association or sports club, and we provide the framework because we know the people, the social workers know the people, they can address them and approach them. When I go to Erfurt with Evelyn Richter, we know exactly who is where. And this is important to us as well because you have a frame in which all of this is taking place. And maybe one more thing, there's a picture on Instagram from the Phoenix Theater Festival, which caused a lot of attention. There was a Nazi in the audience, and tradition beats every trend was written on his T-shirts. So we photographed that, and he was sitting there with his little daughter. He was watching a performance of the Rumpelpumpel Theater. So in this room, which we opened the same day, there was a refugee family. I was there to interpret. There were people who drank a lot of alcohol. There were people who came from the cities, the Bohemian class, and they wanted to take a look at what we do there. They were friends of mine, my parents, very normal jobs. We had people from the quarters. What I want to emphasize is it worked. All of those people were able to sit in this room safely. But this man, I didn't care about this man, but I did this for his daughter. And we always have to take this into consideration. They bring their children, and these are the people that we can reach. And this gives power and strength, and this is what I do all of this for. Hamid Annika mentioned the importance of alliances and unions. So you mentioned and praised the many when we talked before. So maybe you can describe what you meant by that. So I was thinking basically what Annika said. What I like about the concept of the many is we had a lot to do with them. They implemented what others just talked about at a very early stage. They were visible from the outside. They send a signal to the inside, internally. We perceive them, and see what happens, how it develops, what can we do. So to put it briefly, and the many did that. They saw that something's happening, but nothing good was happening. We have to come together, join forces to say what we stand for, show clarity, and we have to act. So the first steps in Berlin, the aspiration was if it hits one of us, it hits all of us. So if there were any right-wing populists who wanted to take the stage of any cultural setting, and back then it was visible, and so we had this flag, we had this symbol. Why did I mention that? I mention it because we deal with a lot of people, a lot of fields in Berlin. And that was also perceived in sports clubs, in companies, to unite, to come together, demonstrations on the street. All of this is a sign. This was 6 years ago, more or less, but still it's one of the most important or often part of the consulting matters. And we always recommend to look for partners, especially in fields that are tough, and often it's the rural areas. But within this, maybe it's the same situation in Hamburg, maybe within the city, there's a difference between the rural parts and the city itself. And part of Berlin is quite oriented to West Germany, but there's also a huge part that's more connected to East Germany. And so I would say it's the same situation as in Saxony, as we've heard, it was described before. But being united plays a central role. But as I said, this was 6 years ago, and I have to admit that I see difference in time here, the question of hope. But maybe other people on the panel or in the audiences can answer this question better than me. The so-called civil society is not existent in some parts of those rural areas, and this doesn't leave me with hope. Of course, we have the very diverse and colorful society, civil society. But there are some journalists who refuse to go to certain places because they are afraid of being attacked and assaulted. And we always say that it's important to organize counter-protests when right-wing movements go to the streets. But sometimes we just need a break. We are threatened. Our children are approached at school. So times have changed, and the results of the latest elections, the participation of the AfD in federal governments. So we have realities that were created which are a lot worse. So I want to ask all of you, this is just my experience. I'm not working in the cultural arts field, but this is just my experience, that I see the realities that are lived and put into little pieces what you want to achieve to this diversity, which is often just a phrase. And there's experimenting with identities. So there's a reason why right-wing extremists react so harshly. This is the society they do not want. It's something they don't want to see. They hang on to this homogeneous picture of society. But I think it also includes many aspects where I would say society can look like that as well. So the right-wing extremists claim that they want to change something, and in these rooms, spaces, we also criticize society. We want to change things, but of course, we do not want to exclude anyone. We want to want to have solidarity, want to work together, and diverse identities are nothing bad. On the contrary, they are very valuable. But this is just my external point of view. But at some places, it's just not possible to develop further. What we've also heard before is what can happen when realities are created, when funding is cut. So my question to you would be, what can a funding institution do? How can they position themselves and be active in the scene? But I would like to say thank you, Hamid. This is exactly what we need, your analysis. So the question, what can the small funding institution do that I am representing here? Lotus mentioned the buzzword. I hope I got it right back then. And we have to enlarge in these differences, and otherwise you will face more and more people that gets all the capacity of acting, and you cannot start any counter movements or work against it anymore. Scotty mentioned in his speech yesterday that it needs comforting and confronting art, and there we see where we can start acting in society. And thank you very much for your resilience in this time. I think that Leknes was supported and funded by the funds. And this is absolutely right, and it's a classic example. I'm sorry, I will get back to your question in a second. But of course, people could ask us, why is that that our children, what concerns our children, why is this supported, is it even legitimate, and who decided that? So maybe we just have to smash this question right away. There were about 120 quests from all over the nation and different sections who are involved in the decision. And this is a democratic process, and they contribute to supporting productions like this. And so they ask us, why is anyone awarded a certain prize, an award? There's a small section of people, small group of people. They are not white or I don't know, right-wing, part of a right-wing movement. So as a funding institution, we're also an ally of the free scene and all artists. And we're somewhere in between and try to unite everyone, and we're constantly working on it. I think, Frauke, you are one of the people who do this kind of continuous work. And it's all about people like you. So the alliances behind the scenes. And I think, Hamid, this is how you describe the many. And this is one strategy which never has a short-term effect. But I think we can contribute a small part to it and create networks and alliances to make them even stronger and bigger, with all democratic powers to go beyond our own little bubbles. And we all need them. Sometimes we have dissents, we have differences, and of course that's normal. We always put our fingers on where it hurts, but there's a common ground, saying we want to live in a peaceful, democratic society, and in which coexistence is possible, in which we can be neighbors and accept each other, that we are there. And I think this is the aim. We need all stakeholders of society to have these friends and supporters of democracy.
Frauke, der Ball wurde schon wunderbar gerade zu dir gespielt. Stichwort Vermittlung, da kannst du sicherlich sofort anknüpfen, aber auch vielleicht...
Frauke, I'm sure you can link up to this topic, and Jeffen, you mentioned this in the plenary talks. Let's talk about the art and not about identities. You emphasize to go away from an alibi function of the arts. What exactly do you mean by that? Well, what I don't want to say by that is that arts and culture cannot be a tool to create spaces for talks and interactions. But I am noticing that the situation is very urgent, that we are close to municipal and regional elections. I am used to mentioning this time and again because it's not clear to everybody. So go to the elections. Poland is our example. If we are many, we can be strong, but maybe I shouldn't be doing this in Hamburg. Okay, but it is extremely important that there is also arts and culture that is not only called upon when they say we need a creative format against right-wing nationalism or do something for us in the streets. That is something that I am encountering on a weekly basis, and I meet with various representatives, and it's great. But I want to break the cudgels so that I can say we want to represent civil society, institutions, and science all the time, and not only when you call upon us. That is what I meant with this alibi function. I took some notes during this panel discussions, and to me, Zwickau is an ongoing project. It's very tough for me. Thank you that you shared so demonstrably what it does to somebody and what it means in personal terms. That is also one of the reasons why we participate in Festival and Friends. That all started in Zwickau, and my association started in the year 2021 to start at a grassroots level, because there has been grass growing on a nationalist foundation, and we are looking into this again. And since that moment, we said that we had placed these grassroots on the table of the first mayor. There are critical voices who say we just slammed the grass and the grassroots on her desk, but I would say we just handed it over, and it is a matter of rhetorics. The stakeholders from the cultural areas who not necessarily work with one another, but I also want to highlight that in Chemnitz we have a very specific situation, because there were many representatives of municipal institutions and the municipality, because that's really important to us. That is a unique scenario that I notice in Chemnitz, because the hate speech events that you received means that there is somebody for us who would inform the police about this. She's in charge of doing that, and she provides a lot of information. She has our back, and this is not a post, not a position that exists in every town hall or in every municipality. I can only share about our positive example. I also want to share with you that I feel a liberty because I work in an association, which does not mean that I would not be dependent of public funding. I just mentioned the catchword of awards again, but I can promote a lot of cultural institutions and associations that are already under this type of pressure. And we do their PR for them, because they would have to go through a lot of red tape to do it themselves. These are all steps that we need to tackle that make me rather furious and angry. But it is encouraging to be able to use these free spaces again.
And as a member of my association, that is what I do. So, time's elapsing. There are so many more questions that we would like to ask, but before you have to leave, Hamid, maybe you want to quickly tell us what worries you, and maybe there is one more thing that you share with us before we open for Q&A. I have seen some show of hands. What encourages you? What instills you with hope? Aha, that question of hope. That's something that I never prepare for. Not because there is no hope, but I want to sense the mood first. Being here, being able to be present in this panel, to see so many people in the audience, all that is something that instills me with a sense of hope. The inputs from Italy and Austria gave me a lot of hope too, because I always advocate to look further than the tip of our national noses. There were two catchwords that I was writing down: independence and keep going. This is something that inspired me. And to link up to what I said before, I do not think that things will become better. The right-wing nationalists will go away or will be below the 5% thresholds. They're here, they've come to stay, and that this power option that 1 year ago was unthinkable has become very acute if we even look at the regional and municipal elections. This is something that we have to prepare for. And what we notice is that we exist because there is right-wing extremism. So that is not a charm and the beauty in itself. And this polarization, and I don't like talking about a shift to the right, what we perceive is a polarization in the sense that large institutions say, I don't want to be part of it, we want to be completely impartial and unpolitical. But now, better late than never, they noticed that is a no-go. We cannot be silent about this. We have to take political action. And in this state, with this far from being good, there are a lot of initiatives looming. That gives me hope. And finally, what gives me hope is that outside of the bubble, we encounter people with whom I would normally not have common ground, and we enter into a contact because there is no other way of doing it, because it is about the future of our society. All this instills me with a sense of hope. Yet the right-wing extremists are not yet in power, and even if they were, a lot will remain to be done. And this is something that our international friends showed in a wonderful manner. Thank you. We have a microphone. There has been a request to speak here in the front rows. Thank you very much. I am Maya from the Grandmothers Against the Right-Wing Movement. And first of all, I want to say thank you to the organization Consultancy Against Right-Wing Movements, because without you, we would not be on the streets. We continue to take to the streets to demonstrate once or twice per week, and without the support, we wouldn't be able to do this. My second words of thanks go to Staub to Glitzer, dust becomes glitter, because of their networking activities. I think all those who perform in the theater must also perform in the streets when the right-wing nationalists march in the streets. Just recently, there were 50 people who opposed 5,000 right-wing nationalists who were demonstrating in Berlin. I just call them all right-wing nationalists because if you collaborate with Nazis, you must accept to be called a Nazi. And it doesn't do to just stand on a stage or to be part of an audience. Please join us on the streets. Also, artists are asked to join us. I come from Pankow, which is a relatively rich quarter. I have an East German biography, and I know what's happening in Pankow. We have the cultural circle in Pankow. I know where the people go, where they turn to.
Offenen Veranstaltungen beendet sind, dann gehen sie nämlich in Kulturveranstaltungen ihrer eigenen und sie haben.
And I know that when these activities that are open to the right wing are finished, I know where they go. They want to go to all types of structures. They want to penetrate all our public spaces. It is really, really important that you secure these public spaces and that you also join us on the streets. So again, thanks to a mobile consultancy against right-wing tendencies. There was a request from the floor in the front. Yes, thank you. We have heard a lot about the encounters with people from the right-wing nationalist movement, and the panelists talked a lot about how you can still reach people. But what about those that are already identifying with a right-wing nationalist label? How do you reach them? That is a growing group. We need to face the facts. Maybe at some time we will not be in the majority, but in the minority. What can we do? And how can we encounter them without confronting them? What are our possibilities? Apart from the cultural struggle, what else is there for us to do? Well, I don't have a panacea, but there is something that is very close to my heart. Well, we just have to be present. Not only demonstrations in Berlin, but also at the CSD in Zwickau. And I wouldn't mind if the Berlin bubble would go on site elsewhere. So strengthen everybody else who organizes an activity. I think that there is a pretty strong shift to the right, even in our conservative parties. So, therefore, there is a large share of people that can still be engaged and committed. I empathize with you. Sometimes I don't feel that I belong to the majority anymore since the year 2016, but we cannot give up. We just need to keep going. There is another request for the floor. Thank you. I would like to add up on the question as to how we can deal with right-wing structures. I represent the Lab Festefeiern. I'm 177. I'm a blonde white woman, and it has to do with this. We have. I live in Halle on the river Saale. And I went to a place called Schnellrode, and I visited the Institute for State Politics. And I didn't participate in the summer festival, but I organized a counter demonstration. There is a small group of 20 to 30 people who go there every single time it participates. Those are people from the rural areas. It is a democratic organization, and This is the left-wing front, which is an organization which is observed by the German intelligence service. And what we were able to do is to develop an attitude which brought me to a position that I wouldn't assume myself, because to go away from a political conviction, but to say, I'm going to place myself in the center of something, a center of a society that's missing. And in Schnellroda of 150, and then a counter demonstration of 30 to 40, this is really an attitude of character. At that festival, it was so that one person of the summer festival came across as being very conceited and arrogant and said that the rainbow flag was the wrong way around. It was so that the right-wing movement is not stupid, but they are organized like a think tank. And I tried to develop this attitude to say, tell me more. I am stupid. Tell me something that I don't know. And I was trying to talk with them and to demask them. And I understood that this person lived in Leipzig as a left-wing oriented artist, but at some time that person decided to go to this summer festival and say, this is brick architecture, this has been the same for 500 years, and the policemen that protect the demonstrations are the new saviors of today. Very terrible imagery, but verbally very strong. So the new right wing uses fictionalization, and this one example tells us that every person that attends has the opportunity to take a different decision. We don't need to be afraid. We need to learn to be conceited, to have an attitude, and to stand our ground. This to be brief, and because I think firewalls don't do the trick. A little remark on an inner attitude, because I belong to the same lab, Feste feiern, celebrating parties. And I think we must address these people in radical politeness so that we can protect ourselves. We should not enter into a physical fight. There are wonderful groups that have been dealing with this topic for decades. And one more thought to all those who would vote the German AfD party or would vote for the right-wing movement. I don't think they are so firmly rooted in their positions that they cannot be reached by us. You do not need to talk to the right-wing people, but you should talk to people who vote for the right-wing parties. So I think they can still be reached. Catchword, hope. Thank you very much. I would like to link up to this catchword and ask for your comments in the panel. What gives you strength and power? Marie-Therese, maybe you want to take the start of our final round?
Widerständig bleiben.
Be active in resistance.
Stark positionierte Netzwerke und
strengthen our networks, access our strong institutions,
mit Sicherheitskonzepten auseinandersetzen und
institutions that hope, that I hope have strong safety measures. And now something with regards to Zwickau. Maybe it sounds a bit cheesy. We were invited by a jury, which is a technical jury and a children's jury, and the children's jury mentioned what is going on at the moment. They also showed our merchandise. They said that they stand behind this invitation, and their pictures were taken and shown in the newspapers, and they supported us publicly, which was very, very moving and impressive for us. So it was the children who supported us while the adults simply withdrew. Steffen, please continue. What encourages me, because I'm speaking as Steffen and not as the representative of my institution, what gives me hope is that the people are wondering, what can I personally do in specific terms? And all the artists in the performing arts say, well, we tried out an approach and we think that we're one little step ahead, and what can you learn from this? So it is these types of exchange formats that I would like to help survive and continue. And there is one initiative of many that have been announced, which wants to say something under the title of Shield and Shine. I'm not quite clear about what that is, despite the fact that I'm in charge of today's agenda. I don't really know what this means. But all in all, I think we must cooperate in a sense of solidarity. That we must address this before we have the next tipping point, when we are many, and I think we are many. We must be able to identify and recognize one another. I think we are many, and we are the majority. We have got a difficulty to see that because we have differences in very many questions, but all in all, I think the majority is of a democratic conviction. That is something that I firmly believe in. Frauke and Annika, you have the final floor. Okay, I go first. Hamid just said it. We've been thinking about this for a long time, and I get the impression that there are very many people who perceive this as a very urgent topic. They want to be active, and their activism is something that fills me with strength. I hope that you follow the Insta channel of the CST Zwickau. You already looked for a train connection. I'm looking forward to meeting you there. And in my local context, what gives me hope is that if we have a space in our that Antifa and some homeland institutions say that we want to protect our region, and that's something is also something that gives me hope. It tells me that we can do more. What gives me hope is that last week we were together in that demonstration in Pankow. What gives me hope is this artist lab from Halle. I still want to be in touch with you. We connected before. And another thing that gives me hope is in this audience, I see a lot of potential that you will create spaces. I know that you're all diverse and multifaceted. That means we can all create spaces, create frameworks, and open a space for debate. That is what we need. It's not only art in itself, but it's also the creation of spaces. That's something that I notice in Thuringia, that I can encounter people that I can also talk to, that person that wears this T-shirt. But it's difficult to do this at a distance. Of course, we need to be polite, and it requires preparation. So whenever you do that, you saw this today, there is a mobile consultation office. They provide excellent work, and you can just reach out to them and ask for consultation or even attend a workshop. So get active. We have to take action right now. I'm sure we can all do this and see what your contribution can be. I don't think that you want to cross borders that you don't want to cross. So far, so good. All this gives me hope. And I don't know, I'm sure you have children, most of you. I also do this for my children. Our future is precious, so let's do this together.
Vielen Dank.
A big thank you. I agree with what you said, Steffen. It was wonderful for me to be able to have preliminary talks with you. I respect your work a lot. A big thank you for sharing your insights with us, for sharing your experience with us. Thank you. Thank you, Anne Schneider, who has been extremely active in this festival. Please give the technicians a big hand, and for the simultaneous and sign language interpreters. Excellent job, thank you. So, new groups, new alliances, establish new chat groups, book the train or bus. We meet again. Thank you.